Yes. Sylvia, yes, he's professor from the Hellenic Open University from
Even a very brief hello to
okay. You're welcome. She will be the chairperson for today, so.
Do I need to have a mic for that?
Yes, because we have the YouTube, so we need the mic. Good morning to everyone. Hello. Welcome to the second day of the first winter school. Today, I would like to inform that the chairperson will be our colleagues from Bulgaria, Sylvia, I'm sorry, and Boriana Bartanova, I'm sorry for and then our PhD candidates from Hellenic Open University will help in this role. But first of all, we have with us Professor Dimitris Kales from the Hellenic Open University for a brief hello.
Okay. Thanks, Gelly. It's great to be here. That's work that has been done over the last year, and I'm very happy that it materializes with seeing you here in Athens and so many people on board. Now, this OpenEU project, as you may have heard, has been 3 or 4 years in the making. So now we're extremely pleased that we are able to streamline a couple of activities that cater to our PhD community. We hope that, come next 4 years, this type of winter and summer schools will be a commodity for our universities. We are looking forward to having 5 more installments of these schools for the PhD community of our universities. We are also organizing and delivering online courses for you. So we hope that, let's say, by the end of the project, these activities are going to be usual for, let's say, for students from any university from the OpenEU to attend courses from any other university in the OpenEU consortium. I am grateful to the people who organized this school. I'm grateful for you being here, and I hope you enjoy it. And first of all, I hope that you enjoy your PhD studies, and that at the end of this long and sometimes painful trip, you'll have to remember this kind of activities with happiness. So thanks for being here. Enjoy the school, and see you maybe in other online OpenEU activities. Enjoy. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, everyone. And welcome to this morning session of the first OpenEU Winter School for PhD candidates in Athens. This morning we'll have the opportunity to immerse in 2 more thematic discussions that widen the perspective of yesterday's topics by adding more contemporary aspects of the process of PhD research. And so these are first issues related to the use of social media in research, and then we will have the opportunity to listen to a talk on the use of AI in research. The first presenter, I'm really happy to introduce her. She's my colleague from the University of Veliko Tarnovo, Margarita Kalenska. She's here now. And Margarita, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm happy to meet all of you, although virtually, and to profit of the new technologies that we are going to discuss now, and have the opportunity to see in person how that we can actually use them to improve the research process and to make it more visible. Let me just share the presentation. Sadly, I cannot see the whole room, but I'm sure that if now you think about it, almost every one of you will have at least 2 profiles in social media. When we say social media, it is first important to notice that the social media is not only what first comes to mind, like Facebook, Instagram, but it also includes WhatsApp. It includes communicational systems like Messenger, like Viber, like Telegram. So in general, social media is quite a large notion that is currently used in our everyday life. What is more important, this is an aspect of our life that it's going and growing so importantly that we are expecting in the next year almost 70% of the whole population of the world to have access and an account in at least one social media. I want to underline that the number of people using social media is even more in reality, because the statistics that are currently generated do not count to local social media. What I mean by local social media, we see that in some countries, even educational institutions have their own local social media where people can post information and share in between each other. So we see that social media is something that is of a great usage. Currently, you're seeing the very actual statistics from October 25 this year that show us that for the last 3 months, people were using social media for at least 3 hours per day. And this time is actually even more for people who are under 25 years old. And this time that of usage goes up to 6 hours per day for people who are in the teenage years. So when you think about it, actually we spend at least 1/3 of our awakened time in social media, not in internet in general, but in this social media. Social media in this sense has turned in one of the primary channels of information gathering, because we see that even Google is changing into a social media after it bought YouTube, and after the connections that are doing with other similar platforms. So we also see that for the younger generations, TikTok is the main source of information, and TikTok is a social media. So we see a complete twist where our reality is changing. It started changing when MySpace came up about 15 years ago, when it actually was the boom of social media. What happened then? We suddenly started to realize that actually we can build an alternative ego. So beside our own self, like the physical me that you are currently seeing on your screen, we can have another one which can have more freedom than the person that I am in the physical reality, which can have more interest and show and share those interests with the public that can be totally different than the ones my ego has in the physical reality. And this suddenly started a boom of realization that this my alternative virtual ego can even have more freedom that my physical one have. This is why social media become more and more attractive to people, because there I can be whoever I want to be, in difference to what is happening in my reality, in my physical reality, where I still have the social limitations, especially in smaller villages, for example. So those changes of the perception of the individual about the social, its own social integration, turned out that social media changed its role in the socialization process of the individual in general, and brought back the focus on socializing in my own terms, something that I couldn't do before social media, where I had to follow the social regulations of the place where I was physically living, and follow only those regulations. So this will actually, this change of the socialization process of the individual shows up in the statistics that we see in the growth of usage of social media. We see that each 3 months, about 6 million new accounts are actually created for 3 months. Can you imagine what a growth this is? So we expect that by 2029, about 75% of the whole population of the Earth itself will have a social media account. So this is a great channel for both transmitting information and both receiving information. This is why every researcher now has to also create a second version of my research ego, and actually move also including the social media and seeing it as a parallel reality. Because what is happening after the pandemic, what we saw happening after the pandemic, we saw emerging and living together two realities in parallel. First is the physical reality that we all knew before, that we still believe that we know, but we see in parallel the creation of and the imposition in real life of this virtual reality. So what happened in the pandemics, the period of the 1 or 2 years, depending on the country you lived, we saw that the two realities that started to exist even prior, because the virtual reality with the social media, with the opportunity to create blog posts, started to emerge before. But during the pandemic, those two realities actually started merging and started to be a reality that is not distinguished by regular people. So people who do not specifically think about it perceive the virtual and the physical reality as a reality that exists as one. So I see my virtual ego not as a separate one of my physical one, but as a aiding and as an enlargement of my individual. This actually creates a completely new terms of the education, completely new terms in socialization. Business already is working in both realities, and we're gonna see this in details in a couple of minutes. So what we see happening is those realities merged, and in this sense, if we want to study any kind of social phenomenon, it doesn't matter in what field your research is. If you want to see the phenomenon in its completeness, or at least to see it in as many views as possible, you will need to consider both those realities that coexist currently in the life of each individual. So to study the reactions, the attitudes, the opinions of both the physical egos of the person and the virtual ego. Why I underline this? Because in general, we consider that those are the same, but those are not. Why? Because of the freedom I get in social media. We see the tendency that in the physical reality, I tend up to show up as a socially pleasing. So what we see in surveys that are conducted, what we see in interviews that are conducted, people are socially pleasing the researchers. What does this mean? They respond in a way that they think you are expecting them to respond based on the expectations in your own local area, because it's not even on a national context. It's related to the region, to it can be even to the part of the town that you are living in, to the status of the person. So whenever we are conducting this research face to face or online, we also see this social people pleasing from our responders. They do not do it on purpose, but every one of them does it. What we see in social media, on the other hand, is that we also see the social pleasing, but in a different type of reality. What we see in social media is that actually people are trying to please without knowing the social norms. You see the difference? When we are social pleasing in physical reality, we actually know what is expected of us. So we have a clear vision that we have established while we were growing up, what is expected to be my role as a woman, as a researcher, as a mother, as a Bulgarian in my case. What is expected of me? How do I act, place based on those social roles that I play? In social media, however, especially in the emerging now tendencies of social media like TikTok, for example, where I do not know who will be seeing my videos. It is not going to be people from Bulgaria. It is going to be people from all around the world. I do not know whether it's going to be female or male or non-identified. I do not know what language the people will be speaking, because now TikTok, for example, translates automatically your subtitles so that everybody can watch it. And what happens? I do not know my auditory. I do not know who I'm socially performing for. And in this sense, I feel a kind of freedom, because if I do not know, I do not see those restrictions, I do not know how to act. So I do not have a wall. I do not have this comfort zone that will be closing my barriers and who will be making me act in a certain way. So it turns out that what happens in social media, because I do not know what the restrictions are, I do not know the society will expect of me when recording my video, I will record it in my own sense of what I think I might want to show up in social media. However, I underline this is not my authentic self. It can be, but it cannot. At the same time, it can play a different role. So there, because I do not know the social restrictions, I tend to show up without taking into the account those restrictions. During my usage, I adapt. So I see what type of content people like. Where do I receive more likes? Where I receive more time of watching the videos or seeing my posts. I do adapt to social media, but still the framework of my personalization there of my virtual self are larger. Also, many people now with the opportunities to comment anonymously or to post anonymously feel more free to express what they really think. So if there are things that I cannot express in real life, because, for example, like in my case, I'm an university researcher, so I need to stand up to the image of researcher, because my individual brand, so my individual showing up in world, is connected to the brand of my university. So considering the fact that I'm related to the brand of my university, I cannot express all of the things that I think, or I can express them, but I need to still consider the tone of my voice. I should still consider the level of my language. But in social media, turning up anonymous, then I can express in every way that I want. Why? Because then I have the total social freedom of express the thoughts the way they come into my mind. And what does this tell us as researchers? It tells us that if we want to study the depth of any social phenomenon, if you want to study the depth of why people are buying or not, so the economic phenomenon, we need to go to social media to see the real faces and the real thoughts of people. To see, this is why we see that we have societies where we don't talk about hate speech in reality, but considering the social media, it's an everyday phenomenon that we see. So there we see the depth of the reality, that it is not reflected in the physical one and the research methods that we're using. This is why it's important, when we start thinking of what to research, we should consider social media as one of the sources of information. Before going to what we actually can use it for studying the phenomena, I would like to underline that currently social media is developing also as in specific areas. We have a specific scientific social media where you can find contact and actually work with other researchers. So you can profit of the social media even on the level that currently all individuals are using it for connecting with the other, so communicating with people who have similar interests like yours, and then receiving information that might be useful for your own development. So it is for you as researchers, it's important to notice that participating in such scientific social media is beneficial for your own research, because currently we're living in the era where if it's not posted somewhere in the internet, it didn't happen. So if your research is not shared somewhere in the internet, it does not exist for the scientific community. So, existing and making this research one part of our objective is actually contributing, even if it's a little bit, to contributing to the scientific thought, so making science advance. Also, I would like to underline that the existence of this social media and bringing your research not only in the scientific social media, but also in the social media in general, it's important because currently we see in the physical reality, we see that there's these perceptions of science as something that exists outside of our reality. So it's something that studies our everyday life, but it's not useful for our everyday life. And it's not the truth. We all know it as researchers, that the research we are doing has a main objective to influence the everyday life. So to make the everyday life better, it doesn't matter the aspects that we work on. But in order to influence that everyday life of the person, we need, as researchers, all of us, it doesn't matter the level of research, to start translating the science in everyday language. So to bring the science closer to people, closer to everyday life, so that actually it can benefit and actually realize the purpose of doing it. So to realize the main purpose of doing this science that we are doing, of doing this research. So I encourage you to publish in those social media that I'm going to actually mention now, but also publish in TikTok. Do videos, explain what you are studying, explain what you're reading. People are willing to hear about what science is doing. They are looking for information, but not all people have the capacity to read the scientific articles. Why? Because sometimes they lack the terms, sometimes their language is does not permit the understanding. They do not maybe speak English. Why not translate it for them? So explaining what you're doing for the student, explain what you are studying, explain the phenomena that you study. Start the discussion. I encourage you to do it. Express yourself. Share your scientific self also on social media. It's worth it, and there are people who are looking to hear exactly you, to hear your point of view, to hear your explanation. Why? Because everyone has an authentic expression that speaks to specific group of people. The people who will be looking forward to listening to me may not be the same that they're looking forward to listening to you. So every truth, every information, it's worth sharing by your voice. So use it. Be an embodied researcher. Share with society so that we can work together towards a better future. So we see that the main applications of scientific social media is sharing your research. It's also networking collaboration, because in the scientific social media, you have special tools that you can use for conducting projects together with scientists in other countries, in other fields. So you have collaboration tools that are specific for scientific social media. You also have opportunities for open science and data sharing. So you can not only share your research, but you can share your data, because maybe you already pulled what you needed from your data, but other researchers from other fields can pull more information. It's also to bring the science to the public, what I just told you about. The main and most popular platforms that currently exist, they are free of use, all of them. First is the ResearchGate. On ResearchGate, as in all of the others, you have the opportunity to freely connect, freely create an account and share. And the accounts in ResearchGate as well as academia are checked. So all the people who are on ResearchGate are proven researchers. So you can log in with your institution and prove that you are a researcher in any kind of institution. Login registration is 1, 2, 3, so it's a really easy process. You can find in the presentation the site as well a QR code that you can use to actually register. Academia, it's the concurrent of ResearchGate, offers the same opportunities. My suggestion and my experience shows that it's better to register in both. Why? Because in specific countries, some of them are more popular, some are not. But if you want to have visibility of your work, it's good to be on as many channels as possible, and it does not take a lot of time to actually manage accounts in several of them. Here you can publish directly your work and share it. Also, registration is free and easy to do it. The third platform, you might already know, it's LinkedIn. LinkedIn, in difference to academia and to ResearchGate, it's not specific for only science and research. The other tools are specific for researchers. LinkedIn, it's a professional social media. So in LinkedIn, professionals, working professional, practicing professional, professionals in all fields, in all countries. In LinkedIn, you register not only for showing up your research work, but also for sharing your professional background. So there in LinkedIn, your profile looks more like your resume, where you not only have your resume with your skills, with your experience, with your education, you can publish your work, but you also it's a network where you can directly receive recommendations. So your previous employer, so people you have worked with, directly leave comments in your profile that add up to your recognizability in the field. What is also important to notice is that LinkedIn is a very important network to have if you're thinking of working in the field of research in general or in any. Why? Because currently a lot of the recruitment process happens in LinkedIn, especially in Western European countries and in the United States. A lot of companies actually recruit the people who they want to hire through LinkedIn. So even if you're not looking for a job, it's good to have a LinkedIn account. Why? Because it's there also happens the recruitment process for speakers in conferences. So big conferences in business, in education, in any kind of social studies, when they start recruiting, many of them use LinkedIn to see profiles of researchers that fit in the profiles that they are looking for. So this is a great opportunity to also have an account there. So maybe you'll be easily discovered by others and invited in conference that you didn't even hear about. So I completely recommend LinkedIn, even if you start working a different job and not in the research field afterwards. Social media, however, it's not only for publishing your work, it's not only for presenting it to the world and for promoting your ideas, but it's also for to be served as a method of collecting data. The method is called social media monitoring and listening, and actually permits you to include data, so to collect data that you can use as an empirical in your empirical studies, in your and use as a basis of studying the phenomena that you are working on. It doesn't matter the field that you are currently focusing on. How does social media monitoring and listening work? So social media monitoring, first, to make the difference, primary focuses on tracking surface metrics. What is called surface metrics are like, shares, and comments. Those are things that you can see on every post currently in social media. Of course, now some of the content creators receive the rights to hide some of that information, but still it can be requested, and many of them collaborate by providing that information when for research purposes. In scholarly work, it can be used for finding emerging topic for research. So if you have a broader topic that you're working for example, I'm working on innovations of education and on working with talented students. So it is quite a broad field, and both of the fields are quite dynamic. They are related both with the educational system and with the real life. So what I used monitoring for is actually to find out what methods in education, especially I'm following teachers groups. So I'm following teachers group to see what methods of educations receive more like shares and comments by the colleagues, so are getting popularity, so are trending, let's use the modern terms. So what methods of education are trending in schools, in kindergartens, it doesn't matter the level. So it can be used for such a following of what is trending. And when I know what is trending, this means that me as a researcher, in order to be useful, because I'm following, let's say, those metrics I'm monitoring on an international level, when I see an emergent innovation, when I see a trending innovation abroad, I can easily, quickly do a research on it, adapt it for Bulgaria, and propose it to our own teachers. So it has a very practical one. Of course, I can do an article about it. We all know that articles are important, but I can also do a practical product for proposing. This is just an example. It can be for forming hypotheses. Why? Because in many of the actual of the fields, to form a hypothesis is the hardest part. Why? Because we need to overcome our own egoic perspective. So come up of my point of view, come up of my own closed point of view, and see what majority of people in the area that I'm studying are actually thinking. So it can be it can be useful for that. What is social listening on the other hand? Social listening, as defined by the Oxford Dictionary of Sociology, is listening of the public involving a combination of purposes. So it's not only the like, shares, and the comments. It is the overall process of identifying, evaluating, and analyzing what audiences share across different social media platforms about a product, brand, name, company, individual, phenomenon. It doesn't matter what we're listening for. Here, what is the great difference? We are also listening, like we would listen in real life, what people are posting on blogs, what people are posting as articles. So, as articles in the scientific community, this is also social listening. So it gives us a broader perspective of what is happening actually in the society. As a tool, it actually permits gathering and processing information related to societal development trends. It gives you the current state, but also it can calculate for you the trends. If you observe, if you listen, and listening is a process that I conduct in a period of time, it helps you identify the trends of what is happening. So to calculate possible developments of what is going to happen in the society, in all of the fields. You can also plan on it intervention. This is what businesses actually using it for. They are following the trends to do interventions. I'll give you a practical example to see. Like, for example, if you watched Game of Thrones, the creators of the series were listening all the time what people talk about and share as opinions on each of the series or each of the episodes. When John Locke was one of the main characters, was killed, people were so angry that they shared in social media that they stopped watching the series because it's not fair for this hero to be dead. And what happened is the people who are writing the series said, oh, we do not want to lose so many people of our public. What we will do, we will revive the character. And it turned out it was just a dream. So you see what business is using it for. Science can use it for the same. when you identify the trends, especially if you're starting in the social field, if you identify a trend that is growing, you can plan on scientific intervention so that you can prevent some trends that are not good for the society that you are living for. Or you can anticipate what is coming so that you can prepare, let's say, as a researcher, for what is going to change in the field that you are working for. Like, for example, social listening predicted how artificial intelligence will develop and the speed that it happened. Not in the whole terms, but it predicted how artificial intelligence will come up in the world. So as I told you, you can see that it can be used as gathering data, but also working on the research itself and how it actually is applied. There are tools that have been created that use natural language processing algorithms to extract the sentiment. So they read all of the comments for you. They identify the sentiment. So are they positive, negative, neutral? They identify key themes by actually identifying keywords that are shared by the people, and they detect the trends by calculating and analyzing vast amount of data for periods of time that is available on various social media. So they do not focus only on one. It is special. It is important to say that those tools are special for collecting and analyzing data from the various online sources. So, as a method for scientific research, social listening is first is increasingly being used, especially in the economy, in marketing, in sociology, in public opinion analysis. But it's also moving forward in other fields like education, as I told you that currently I'm using it, and it can be applied also in the legal area. So it's applied in almost all of the scientific fields. It is a method that permits to analyze a large scale data. When I scale large scale data, to give you an idea, by social listening, you can analyze about millions of posts. So in general, companies analyze about between 1 million and 10 million posts per each report. So imagine analyzing 10 million posts, so the opinion of 10 million people, in using it for own research. This gives you a different depth of study. Also, researchers gain insight into the public sentiment, behavior patterns, and trends, which permits you to have a more evidence-based conclusions. So, if I say, based on the opinion of 10 million people, my hypothesis is proven true. It's way better than based on 10 people, 100 people, you see. So it gives another value of your research. And also, this large scale research happens in real time. So in difference to the others, you observe what is happening now. Why this is important? Because every study, every survey, every interview reflects not the now, but the before, so the past. So every article that you write, every research that you do, based on the other classical methods of research, are based on the past. Because while you work the statistic, while you write the research, it's already past. It can change, and there are some areas where things change every day, like economy. What you wrote yesterday, it's not true today already. So this is a method that can be used. That can be used for staying in the present. It can be also it's a valuable tool for collecting qualitative and quantitative data, especially when related to dynamics. The conversations, they arise naturally, so you do not ask questions. You just listen to what people are already discussing, so you know what is happening and all of the aspects. It also provides access to a wealth of online conversations, comments. So it gives you a broader audience, access to an audience that otherwise might not be available for other types of research. Here, sadly, I would like to share that social listening is a rather expensive method to use. This is why currently it's only for business. Paid instruments this is how an instrument for social listening looks like. This is one of the most popular, but you see that it in real time. It gives you the statistics for what is happening based on the keywords that you provided to be following, and you already have all the information that it's directly reworked, calculated in real time. I underline, it's calculated in real time. So every 30 minutes, it's refreshing. So I can have the newest information really of what is happening. And the information is already worked and ready to copy in your own research. This is another type of instrument. To give you an idea for how expensive it is, it's in 10,000 US dollars per month or more, depending on what you're using. The basic social media listening tools that are, however, available for researchers that you can still use, and I recommend are Google Alerts and Social Searcher and Hootsuite. You can take a note of those, and those are free to register. They have limited access, however, so they do not show in such depth, but how they can, however, be they can be a nice starting point if you're starting researchers. How they work is the social searcher. You need to go on their website. If you write social searcher in the the field for search, it will see it. There you can see how people are commenting on certain keywords and have some kind of graphics of those communications. Hootsuite, you need to register, so you need to have an account, and there you can have basic information of some of the discussions. Google Alerts, on the other hand, provides the opportunity to include keywords, and Google Alerts will regularly send you emails for those. Will regularly send you emails for those keywords that you will be setting up. So you will not receive it in real time, but you will know, however, if you are following a certain social trend or if there are some discussions that you're interested in, you can see actually what people are discussing, what articles are posted, and Google Alerts also provides you information on the news. So it also follows some of the media sites, not only social media, and gives you news that include the keywords that you've already included as your social accounts. I would like to quickly share
Google Scholar Alerts are a fantastic way to have the most recent research delivered straight to your inbox. Instead of manually searching for new articles, Google Scholar will automatically email you updates based on your chosen keywords. Whether it's flipped learning, active learning, or flipped classroom, you can tailor alerts to match your interests. Before we set up any alerts, you need to be logged into your Google account. If you're not already signed in, head over to Google Scholar and log in using your Gmail or Google account. This step is crucial because your alerts will be linked to your account. Once you're logged in, look for the Alerts option. Depending on your browser, the layout might vary slightly. I'm showing you how it appears on Internet Explorer, but the process is very similar in Chrome or any other browser. On-screen instruction. Open your browser. Navigate to Google Scholar, click on the Alerts link. Now comes the exciting part, creating your alert. Click on the Create Alert button. A new window will pop up where you can type in your search term. For example, let's enter flipped learning. This tells Google Scholar to monitor all new research related to that topic. On-screen demonstration. Type flipped learning into the search box. Show options for selecting the number of results, 10 or 20. You also have the option to choose how many results you want to receive in each alert, so pick either 10 or 20 based on your preference. Once you're happy with your settings, click on Create Alert Dot. One of the best features of Google Scholar Alerts is that you can create multiple alerts. For instance, I've set up alerts for flipped learning, active learning, and flipped classroom. This way, I never miss any important research updates across all my interests. And that's it. With just a
Okay, so as you saw, actually it's a really easy process to follow and to, I'm sorry. So it's a really easy process to follow and to set up your alerts.
Google Scholar alerts are a fantastic way to have the most.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Actually, Google Alerts this was a Google Scholar Alerts. You can also set in general Google Alerts where you can receive general news and not only Scholastic articles. So as you see, the installation is really fast, really easy, and it's free for everybody. So I encourage you to do such an alert, which will ease your access to the newest information. In brief, like in real brief, this was some of the implications and the applications of the social media in your research. If you have any questions, I'm open to answer.
Thank you. Thank you for Margarita for your insightful presentation and for so convincingly revealing the critical significance of the skill for using social media, not only for beginning researchers, but also for experienced researchers. And I see that there is one question in the comments. What I wonder is whether the issue lies in the fact that social media attracts a very specific type of audience. How can we ensure that the insights we gather are truly representative?
Actually, the paid instruments for social media listening permits you to set your own audience. So you can do the calculations and even have a statistically representative public for the country that you are studying or the region. And what I need to underline is that we as individuals even we do not understand how specific actually and how much social media is tracking us, because currently social media tracks you up to the floor where you are standing, not the building, up to the floor. So if, for example, I want to track whether you liked my session, I can set and I can ask the instruments to track what you're going to post in the next, let's say, 3 days, and to ask it to track all people who are connected to the mobile cell or who are connected to the network of the room that people are standing at. You see how specific it can go in the paid instrument. So it is quite well calculated, because businesses have invested a lot of money to develop those instruments in order to be able to sell their products, so to make their strategies for selling. And we can only profit of that. Well, it's still an expensive instrument, but at some point, I believe universities will be paying for such instruments.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions, comments?
I would like to ask a brief question, whether they use natural language. Hello, I would like to ask a short question, whether you used any natural language processing models using evidence-based techniques.
I do not have experience personally.
Okay, but do you have a group which is working on that area?
No. I'm actually in education, but because I have worked with such a paid instrument, this is why I've actually am acquainted of the one instrument for such social listening.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, again, thank you very much, Margarita, for sure. For sure, social media, as any other phenomenon, has its advantages and also its limitations, perhaps. That's why it's good for the researchers to take the opportunity to use social media and its advantages, but also to be aware of some of the limitations, for example. And the same applies to the use of the AI for research. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Jana Otsebaha. I'm not sure if I'm saying, yes, it's okay. So yes, so Christo Iasonos from Open University of Cyprus, and what is yours? Okay, so we have a, yeah, there are some changes in the program. Okay. Miss.
Professor Milos is here. So would like just to a brief hello to everybody. He was yesterday to start his presentation, but because of medical issue.
Yes.
Because Emeritus Professor Don Silionarakis is today here with us, because yesterday, due to a medical issue, he can't came here, but today is here with us, and he just a briefly hello to everyone. Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I wish you a happy weekend and a very creative weekend, especially with the candidates, which you know better than me that it's a very difficult issue, a very difficult procedure, and a very difficult relation which you have with your whole work. It takes time, it takes effort, a lot of effort, it takes nerves, I'm sure, yes. And sometimes you are fed up with this and you just want to open the door and run away and do nothing. But if you have chosen an interesting subject which you like and you believe that you will create a new house, a new approach to this subject, so believe me, you should be happy, because this is number one, to love our work. If we don't love our work, especially when it's creative, we do nothing. We do it because we have to do it. But if you like it, if you love it, if you are in it, so be sure that you will be happy for that. And this makes you happy, of course, and makes you more productive, makes you more interesting, makes you more involved in all your doings and all your work, bibliography, writing, reading, blah, blah, you know that very well. So
it's something that we do it for many, many years. I think
Time.
from 2005. Wow. Years go away very soon, huh? Yeah, it's
We have done the 18, 18.
so more than what about 20 years, and it's a very good experience for us, not only for the candidates, because we had until now we had candidates, PhD candidates from all over Greece, from all universities in Greece. So we have a global view about difficulties, about specialities, about things that we don't live it every day. We don't have a clue or a good view every day because we saw many nice, interesting, and very good works, but we also saw some works which were not good. Of course, our duty was to advise and not to examine anyone. But even with when you advise someone in a PhD, believe me, it's not easy because you know that this is the last step towards a diploma. And after this diploma, and with the subject of the diploma, this person, man or woman, will continue his or her life, will continue to work, to write, to read, to discover new things. And it's a very, very big responsibility for us and a good challenge for the students or researchers, basically. I wouldn't call you students. Although officially in most universities of the world, the master's degree and the PhD degree go together. Both of them are postgraduate studies. But there are differences, and I'm sure you know the differences, and you will discover them on the way to the end of your work, whenever it comes. I hope you will enjoy these days. You will enjoy what we do. We are passionate with all we do. It's not only a piece of work, you know, we don't say, come on, now I have to work. I have to go there and speak. But we love what we do. And this makes a difference. This makes a difference for even our activities themselves. And so I wish you all the best. We will have a discussion afterwards. I don't know what time. Gaily will tell us.
At 11 o'clock, so.
Okay, fine. I have my coffee, so I'm fine.
Because we have people, audiences from YouTube and in WebEx.
Wow, wonderful. So enjoy your time. Enjoy your time in the seminar, but also outside the seminar. There are many interesting things you can find, you can discover, things that hardly you see. And because you are not exactly tourists, you can ask anyone, but anyone to help you and tell you where you could go, where you could find some interesting places. Athens has two sides, as every big city. It has a side of a little bit dirt, a little bit something we don't like. But also you can find very beautiful places and very interesting activities you can do, either museums or walks or food or whatever you like. So I wish you all the best and we will talk later.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No. It's not.
Pleasure. Thank you. Okay, and now it is my real pleasure to introduce to you Professor Mikhail Talias from the Open University of Cyprus. And so, as I mentioned several times, we will now have the opportunity to listen to an expert in data management in the era of artificial intelligence, especially in the case of healthcare.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I'm going to give a talk about data management in the era of artificial intelligence. In the case of healthcare, I work in the Open University. I run the healthcare management program. We have many students who are interested in master program we have, and we have a lot of PhD candidates who are doing research related to healthcare management or health economics and all the related disciplines. Okay, I will talk basic things just to give an idea how data management is related to artificial intelligence and what can be done in practice for the benefit of healthcare management. So data management means making sure your data is accurate, safe, organized, and easy to use when you need it. So when you collect data, you face a lot of problems. First of all, you have to identify the problems and then manage the data in the best possible way. So we have data collection. We need to collect data. How data is gathered. Maybe you have sensors, you have databases, other applications, forms. You have people filling forms with different information about themselves. Then you have to storage the data. How can you storage the data? This is very important. You have to find the best possible way to storage the data. You may have data in a cloud. You may have in a local server or whatever. Then you have to think how to organize your data. Each step is a lot of work, and you have to do it successfully. It's a part of the management. It's a part of the management to get the best possible data set and be able to use it optimally to make optimal decisions. So data organization, structuring data may not be that easy. You collect, you analyze the data, you have to come to a conclusion. Then you have to assess the data quality. You have to have an idea that you collected the data in such a way that you can achieve the result you want. Data security and privacy, protecting data from unauthorized access or loss or any other possible accidents. Data governance, rules and policies of how data should be handled. And data integration, combining data from different sources is not an easy thing. You need to come to a conclusion, sources, so systems work together, and the data analysis. After you do all these steps, you have to analyze the data to come to a conclusion to answer your research questions. So, why data management matters? Good data management helps organizations. This is why we collect data. We need to solve problems. Make better decisions. We have to improve the procedure we collect and manage data because all the problems are becoming increasingly very complex. So you need to be precise. Reduce errors. You have to improve productivity, optimal decisions. Then you have very good management. Meet legal and privacy requirements. Save time and money. If you have done a lot of work and you have a fast system, then you can draw conclusions anytime you like. So data management matters. For a hospital managing patient medical records in a secure way. What happened? A company organizes customer data in transportation. A university historian analyzes students' performance data. If you want to improve your course, you have to collect data about your students, about how often they apply to a university. You have to find a way to attract more students. So you need data. You need to have a real picture at any time. And since the system is dynamic, that picture changes a lot. There are too many universities now. People from Greece go to Europe, go to America to study. Local universities here need to find ways to attract more students, maybe foreign students. More people do PhD now. So it's always interesting to collect data and draw conclusions. A university historian analyzes student performance data, so you have to redesign your course. Is it too easy? Is it too difficult? Do you have many complaints? Are they justified or not? So you need to base it on data. A business protecting its financial data with backups and access controls. So more or less, this is a general story to every organization. What AI can do with data? Clean and correct data. Depends what kind of questions you want to answer. You collect the data, you have to see about mistakes, about incomplete data. You have to remove duplicates. You have to categorize your data depending on the problem you want to solve. You have to fill missing values if you detect any consistencies, and etc. So AI can help to do that. And when you use AI, of course, you save time and reduces human error. And you feel confident that you have a strong data set. AI can improve healthcare management. How? Efficiency. You have to be efficient in a hospital. You have to be accurate to all the procedures. You have to be cost effectiveness. You have to care about patients, about their safety, about the quality, care quality, about operational planning, so everything will run smoothly. So when you have a big data set, AI can help because it's not an easy to handle big data set. So you need artificial intelligence. You need to use, I don't know how many of you used ChatGPT to do data analysis. Have you tried that? And have you been satisfied or not? But the issue is, yes, can you tell us? Yes.
Thank you. I have used it to, during a systematic review, I have 55 articles and I wanted to know if ChatGPT was able to help me to do a thematic analysis. So I draw the categories and I asked ChatGPT, I put everything on a Word document and then I uploaded all the abstracts and the titles. And it came out. But however, when I read the categories and how it has divided the information, there were several mistakes. For instance, there were papers that spoke or they dealt with different topics, but the chat was not able to do that. I have to admit that this was a year ago, and the potential of the AI has increased a lot. So this year I tried a different tool to see that, and it has improved a lot. I analyzed some interviews for thematic analysis, and since I conducted the interviews, it was easier for me to know if it was correct or not. There was less information, and the quality was a lot higher this year.
So do you think?
My name, Monica, from UNED in Madrid, the distance university.
Okay, thank you. Do you think if you try again, you will get better results?
Yes, I think the tool is advancing, and I guess we are all advancing in the way we ask the instructions or give the prompts. Sometimes what I do is like I categorize the information, and I'm very careful how I do I categorize the information first, and then I'm more precise on the prompt I give the chat.
And I want to ask you one more question.
Yeah.
Do you think now that the first time you use it, one of the problem was the instructions you gave to the ChatGPT?
The instructions, do you mean the instructions were, you mean the papers were found, the instructions or the extractions?
Yeah. No, what do you ask the machine to do? The way you ask.
Oh, the prompt. It could have been, I have everything saved and I want to go back and compare that. It could have been. Precisely because it was, now I'm more precise, and I add, not do that, do not include other sources or so on and on. You know, now I'm more precise and more detailed in what I do. So it could have been also.
So after rethinking and redoing the process, you thought that I could have done that from the very beginning and get a better result?
Yes, of course.
Okay. But this happens when you do data analysis in a statistical package or using a programming language. So it's the learning process you develop as you work and you think, and then you feel more confident and you have better ideas to apply. So if you do that repeatedly, you would be able to do things more fast.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Other comments from, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Dionysis Klavenitis, and I did some research with ChatGPT with my data. I was trying to figure out some things from the content of the papers, and there were many errors. The tool is advancing, that's for sure, but there were always many errors. It tells you sometimes what you want to hear. And that's very funny. So it makes, for instance, I'm asking, I want you to tell me what the categories of something I'm looking for are in these 5 papers. And sometimes it gives me, how can I say, imaginary results, or it creates itself. So it's not very
Reliable.
Yes, it's not very safe. You have to read. In my case, I have to read my papers to be sure, or I have to ask in prompt to tell me the exact point from the paper that takes out the information or the result. That's for me, at least.
Okay. Well, sometimes you can get, if you ask ChatGPT to provide references for literature, sometimes you get the references which do not exist, if you know that, and some other problems. But if you keep asking questions and you put pressure on ChatGPT, you will get better result, I think.
You know the trade-off. I'm sorry, if I have to ask him, for instance, 50 times to give me one sentence of a true information, of a true result, okay, I could read the 5 papers myself.
Okay, yes, please. Θα τους ακούσουμε όλους. Later you. No problem.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Christiana Grigoriou. I came from Cyprus, from the Open University, where Dr. Dalias is my advisor, and is my, yeah. And I agree with all the before candidates that they talk. And due to the fact, okay, AI started in 1956, 56, and after it became popular 2023. Due to the fact that I started my PhD 2021, I didn't ask any GTP or something from the AI. I took all the data collection by myself. As Dr. Talia said before, I tried to manage and collect, have a good collection, and have all of these managed. It was a very big and huge work to do. And believe me, it was very hard. Now it's, let's say, easier, but you have to be very careful because you have mistakes. And we have to be very careful on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I am a PhD student at the Hellenic Open University. My name is Nora, yeah, thank you. And to my experience, ChatGPT is a bit biased because you use it, and while you are using it, it is studying you. So at some point, you get the answers that you want. It knows what you want to hear, of course. You have to know very well your topic because it generates data itself. But in my opinion, the most important thing is, as I believe you said so, you can use it to help you manage the data, but not create the data. For example, if you give ChatGPT like 10 papers and tell it, please help me do the thematic analysis, it will make mistakes. But if you know what you want to find and guide it through and sometimes change the conversation. Sometimes when it makes mistakes, what I try is to create a new conversation with it. So it somehow makes the algorithm restart. At that point, it helps you more. It generates something different, and sometimes this is good for you. So I believe that while it learns us, we learn it. It's like a mutual process, and the most important thing is that you have to know your data yourself, not let it handle the data itself alone without any interference.
This is why I said you have to press it, okay? Because I did thematic analysis and other statistical models successfully, and I got correct results. Just because I had the curiosity to try.
It depends on the version, if you pay it or not. Okay, I admit that I pay it. I pay for it, and when it gets stuck, I restart the conversation, and somehow it gets better.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like that you're talking with someone else.
I noticed that gives better. I'm Evi Kotsabasaki from Hellenic Open University. I noticed that gives better results when you upload the PDF and ask a certain page about the information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for these valuable suggestions. This was quite interesting already. My name is Katharina. I'm a PhD candidate at Fernuniversität in Hagen, Germany. And I noticed that the critical point is the open access, because in the field of law, at least the knowledge is guarded very well and the research is guarded behind paywalls. So ChatGPT cannot access, and therefore it is very limited in their, yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you for the comment.
Okay.
Okay. AI can help hospital managers. I have some examples here about shift schedules, overtime and staff burning, and it's a better resource use, happier staff, lower operating cost. But again, you have to do it in a systematic way to get an optimal and realistic result. Reducing patients' waiting times in the emergency department. Bed occupancy is a well-known problem for hospitals. There are mathematical models for bed occupancy, diagnostic bottlenecks. You can use it to analyze queues and see the mechanism behind queuing problem. The same for beds, redirect patients efficiently, and at the end, you have faster care and fewer delays. Other problems is medication usage, supply shortages, stockouts, waste from over-ordering, etc. Again, you can do models based on management theory, and you can save money and improve our readiness. If you are interested in infection rates, you collect data and you try different models so you understand the process better. Readmission risk, medication errors, surgical complications, in order to improve patient safety and regularity compliance. Now, you have to make strategic decision making. So you need to collect the data, compute metrics, do predictive analytics, simulation work if necessary, think to devise and apply new scenarios. So all these processes based on data, the fashionable way to call them is data-driven decisions, data-driven solutions, instead of doing any other simple techniques. To summarize, AI can help hospital managers to improve efficiency, reducing cost, to have better idea about all the processes, to support staff, predicting problems early and improving patients' outcome. This is here. Any questions?
Thank you very much for your talk. It was very interesting. Aida Huskies from the Open University in the Netherlands. I have a question. Do you have numbers, perhaps, of how many hospitals are using AI, perhaps in Cyprus or worldwide?
No, I have no idea.
No? New research subject then.
Hello again, I'm Dionys Klavenitis, and I would like to ask you, you are using AI for cleaning the data, you said something like that, managing the data of the hospital. What about the bias the model may have when you clean the data?
Well, it depends the method you choose to do it. In statistical theory suggests different algorithms for cleaning data and do imputation techniques. to have a bigger data set. So depends very much on the type of the data. What do you measure? Yes, please.
Do you have a standard procedure or a checklist depending on the data you are cleaning?
Yes, it depends very much from what kind of data, what is the use of the data, if you have to do a prediction model or not. It comes very much from the background of the data and the statistical techniques or data science techniques.
Yes. Yes, okay. Yes, thanks for the presentation. My name is Goulet from the Open University of the Netherlands. Of course, we are talking a lot about advantages. However, AI has also a lot of disadvantages. I'm wondering if something goes wrong, who's in this case responsible? That's my first question. And second, of course, if people use a lot of times AI as a supportive tool, their knowledge can potentially decrease. How do you make sure that people who are embarking into specific hospital roles are not losing their knowledge? And this last question goes hand in hand with decision making, because I'm wondering, a lot of hospitals may think that, of course, on one hand, that you need to make decisions with, for example, the help of AI, but you will get a specific challenge where experience will be in one hand, and on the other hand, you will have trusting AI. How can we find a balanced, informed decision way in that sense?
Sí,
Your first question.
venga, muy buena tarde.
Okay. Someone's.
Okay.
Okay. Your first question has to do with AI ethics, which is a very big chapter. Okay, and we have to get informed about ethical aspects of using AI. And when we use it, we have to be careful not to do non-ethical, let's say, things. But it's an opportunity to use that tool to do better quality work. On the other hand, you can have your personal opinion, what you should do or what you're not allowed to do. Okay. Now, if you are in a company now and someone has to have the responsibility. So it's a matter of the organization and the rules of each organization, etc. Now, you can use AI as long as you think that you do it in a proper way and you get useful results. Yes, please.
Yeah, my question is, yes. So to add to that point, let's say that the hospital made an issue or made a mistake, sorry, and I want to sue the hospital, but they used AI. Who is in that sense responsible? Is that the hospital or the nurse that used AI to keep me one extra day there in the hospital? So you have a lot of questions, and I'm wondering how can you, as a hospital, find the right balanced choice to use AI or not?
Well, it's a matter of regulations and rules, isn't it? Depends. From the problem, I cannot tell you a specific example now because I don't have the experience for that. But it's a good question. You have to think about it in many possible ways.
Thanks.
Can I make a...
Okay, I'm Eleni Niarchou from the Hellenic Open University, and I want to ask if we use AI, a lot of AI prompts and data, and we must write at the end of our thesis, of our paper, and how we can write this one. Because if we write a paper with AI, with a lot of use of AI, we must write in the end that it is a creation of a product of AI.
Yes, it would be nice to give an account how much you use in the AI, but if it's for your thesis, you better discuss this with your supervisors and your university, because it's a policy matter.
It is something that is a policy matter, that is between me and the supervisor, or it's something that
Because now
only university?
Universities have AI meetings. They discuss a lot whether they allow students to use AI for homework or for theses. How can it be possible to be within the logical limits and so on?
But about international papers?
When you submit an international paper in they ask you, have you used AI? And you say yes or no. I never said yes. So if you if you had the experience of answering yes, I don't know if they ask more questions or not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just wanted to feel, I'll give you the mic, just it is prohibited, I saw some papers, it is prohibited to use AI as a code author. It just mentioned you can use it perhaps for your analysis and then you have to mention it, but it's really not, you cannot use it as co-author. And that is like in the regulation of the paper, it's like it's prohibited to use it as co-author. It just stands there.
Actually goes with the previous questions. Is there any tool just to check out 100%, okay, not 100%, but to be accurate to check for AI use to any procedures, any projects? I don't know if there is any tool
There are many tools,
to
but
be accurate.
I don't know how accurate these tools are.
And the last question? Huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
one more slide.
Okay, okay.
There is a question coming from YouTube, because we
Okay.
have viewers there as well. So the question is, what happens to patient data that accumulates in AI systems if those systems are hacked? Who is responsible in that situation, and what happens to patient privacy?
Okay. Again, I don't have an answer to that question because I don't know all the details and the ethics behind this topic. If you read and ask experts, you can. It's again, you have to. It depends on the organization, of the rules inside the organization, the ethics, and so on. Okay, can I have more 3-4 minutes? Okay, 3. If you say 3. Okay, because yesterday we had a discussion about how PhD students can improve and survive the hard process of PhD. I prepared one slide with to give my picture, what I think, and I want to show you that. I call it students faces difficulties. Some things we have it yesterday. A PhD is a more than academic program. It's a long and uncertain research journey. Early on, students struggle to define a clear research problem, which is not easy, a task that requires time, effort, a familiarity with the literature. So they need to do a lot of reading, not only the area and in the broader area. Progress is often slow, and the pressure to publish adds to the difficulty. guidance from supervisors may be unclear and limited for many reasons, leaving students to develop their own understanding of what constitutes high-quality research and how to conduct it effectively. This is very important because if you finish a PhD and you don't have the ability to understand whether the research you do is good or bad, then this means that you didn't get the full benefit. So students must develop their own research style. This is very important, an approach, and they rely on their advisors for confirmation, feedback, and direction as they refine their work. So try to develop your own style, how you read research papers, how you define the problem, how you explain details of your research, and make sure that you are in the position to do more thinking anytime and develop the already developed work you have done. This is my advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Talias, for this useful discussion. And now it's time for a pause. We will be back at 11:30 in this room and online. Thank you. Greek time. Yes, Greek time.
So I hope you've had some time to enjoy your coffee and some cake and cookies. So we're back again. We're back with Chryso Iasonos, coming from the Open University of Cyprus. She will be talking about stimuli and barriers on sustainability strategies and their effect on performance. Chryso, welcome to the Hellenic Open University. Let me remind you that you have 12 minutes, strictly, in order to present your work. And then we can allow something like 8 minutes for questions. Be aware that you can submit your questions for those of you who are watching us from the WebEx. You can write at the chat stating from whom your question is. And of course, those of you watching from YouTube can also do so. So, yeah? Oh, okay. So, Chryso, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Chryso. I'm a PhD student at the Open University of Cyprus, and my research topic is based on stimuli and barriers on sustainable strategies and their effect on performance. Is it okay now? Today, companies operate under significant pressures from stakeholders, from regulators and society to integrate sustainability into their business models. While sustainability is often associated with innovation and long-term competitiveness, firms still struggle with how to enhance and embed these practices strategically. What we see in the literature is an emphasis on the drivers of sustainability, but far less attention on the barriers that prevent firms from implementing effective strategies. My study addresses these gaps by examining how these strategies develop and how they influence firm performance. My study will be a two-stage PhD. First, focusing on marketing sustainable strategies, and then second, on corporate sustainable strategies. The core problem guiding this research is the imbalance in the current literature. Most studies look at the factors that encourage sustainability adoption, but ignore the internal barriers that can undermine it. There's also a limited understanding of how corporate and marketing sustainability strategies align or clash. This creates uncertainty around whether these strategies reinforce each other or create internal tension. Another issue is the lack of clarity on when sustainability initiatives actually translate into performance outcome. We lack an integrated multi-level framework that explains how internal and external factors shape these strategies and how these strategies lead to performance. Whilst previous studies have found positive relationships between sustainable marketing strategies and firm performance, there is still lack of corporate and marketing sustainability strategies and how these two can work synergistically or competitively, and how these lead to performance and underwork conditions. The study aims to address this gap by seeking to investigate and examine sustainability strategy dynamics in a developed economic context in the United Kingdom, contributed to the internationalization of sustainability research. Investigate how internal and external stimuli and barriers influence the development of corporate and marketing sustainability strategies among firms in the United Kingdom, and also provide empirical evidence and practical managerial recommendations and guidance on of how UK firms can configure sustainability strategies to maximize financial, market, and sustainability performance. My research is driven by three overarching questions. As you can see from here, how do internal and external stimuli barriers affect the development of corporate sustainability as well as marketing sustainability strategies. The first one will focus on sensing, seizing, and transforming the theory, and the second one, the exploratory versus the exploitative. And third one, how do corporate and marketing sustainability strategies affect performance, and what's the role of dynamic capabilities and managerial traits? The study draws on three main theories. The dynamic capabilities, which explains how firms sense, seize, and transform in response to sustainability pressures. Secondly, the resource-based view, which helps understand on how internal strengths and capabilities shape sustainability strategy, and exploitation that helps explain how marketing functions balance innovation and efficiency. These theories comes together in an integrated conceptual model that links stimuli and barriers to strategy formation and ultimately to firm performance. As you can see from here, conceptual framework that I have created, in particular, where you can see the central variables, which are the corporate sustainability strategies, following the sensing, seizing, and transforming theory. The second one is the marketing sustainability, following the exploratory and exploitative theory. The first one, as I mentioned, will focus as well on the dynamics theory, which means that sensing capabilities allow firms to explore sustainability-related risk and opportunities in the external environment, while sensing capabilities allow them to mobilize resources towards sustainable innovations. The second central variable, which is the marketing sustainable strategies and draws the exploratory and exploitative theory, means that exploratory strategies involve innovation in practices and often characterized by uncertainty and risk, whilst the exploitative strategies focus on refining existing offerings to enhance efficiency, compliance, and incremental sustainability improvements. How these two central variables are affected by the external and internal stimuli. For example, I'm going to take one of the variables because it's a big model. For example, let's take the internal variable from the personal traits under the managerial mindset. For example, when a CEO has a growth mindset, that means that he or she fosters innovation. Therefore, we would expect to have a positive effect on exploratory innovation of products, whereas a fixed mindset CEO resists change. Therefore, the CEO will focus on refining existing offerings or practices within the firm to maintain its sustainable improvements. The study will adopt a mixed methods explanatory approach to examine the relationships between internal and external stimuli and barriers, the development of corporate and marketing sustainability strategies, and their subsequent effects on firm performance. The mixed method approach will enable an in-depth investigation by combining quantitative and qualitative data, allowing for more comprehensive understanding of the complex phenomena under the study. The sample will be drawn from comprehensive databases in the United Kingdom, spanning multiple industries and organizational sizes. The focus will be on C-suite executives, senior management position, for example, chief marketing officers, general managers, and managing directors, who are considered key informants due to their strategic insight, extensive knowledge of organizational operations, and access to relevant decision-making processes. Data will be collected using a structured online survey. Respondents will be contacted through an electronic mailing service with an invitation email and cover letter, and sharing them for anonymity, confidentiality. Although data collection is ongoing, some preliminary patterns have emerged. Firms appear to face a combination of internal and external pressures that push them towards sustainability. Internal barriers like resource limitation or risk-averse leadership often weaken strategy development. Dynamic capabilities seem to be crucial mechanisms linked to sustainability efforts to performance outcomes. And interestingly, the interaction between corporate and marketing strategies can either create positive synergy or internal conflict, as well as managerial traits such as, thank you, such as a growth mindset or regulatory focus seem to significantly influence strategy effectiveness. These findings point to a dynamic interplay between internal and external forces in shaping sustainability strategy. Dynamic capabilities help firms translate pressures into strategic opportunity. When these strategies work together, they tend to enhance innovation, strategic coherence, and when there's conflict, we see inefficiency and weaker outcomes. The study seeks to contribute to both theoretical advancements and managerial practice. From a theoretical perspective, it will extend current knowledge by systematically examining the dual role of internal and external factors on sustainability strategies, development, and effectiveness. From a practical perspective, the study will provide C-suite executive directors and senior managers with actionable insights into designing CSR sustainability strategies that not only fulfill social responsibility obligations, but also align with the long-term business objectives and competitive performance of their company. In conclusion, sustainability strategies are shaped by a complex mix of internal and external influences. The interaction between corporate and marketing sustainability strategies is central to achieving performance outcomes. This study shows that dynamic capabilities and managerial characteristics are key enablers of a successful sustainability strategy. While the study aims to offer comprehensive insights and practical guidance, several potential limitations must be taken into consideration. For example, the findings may be influenced by the size and the representatives of the sample obtained, risk of interpretation biases during interview analysis. And building on the foundation laid by this study, future research could explore several promising directions. For example, researchers could undertake longitudinal research to observe how sustainability strategies evolve over time in response to dynamic internal and external stimuli, and expanding their geographical scope beyond the UK context to include other countries and other cultures. And also future research could focus on high-impact sectors, for example, manufacturing, energy, technology, to assess sectoral variations in the role of stimuli, barriers, and dynamic capabilities. Thank you. If you have any questions or...
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for respecting the time. So, any questions? You will need the microphone.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks for your presentation. I have two questions. I saw in your conceptual framework that you had, I think, 3 moderators.
Yes.
And I was wondering, let's say that, for example, firm size or organizational culture could also be an interesting moderator. How do you look to those 2 additional parts? That's my first question. And 2, you mentioned as one of your, you mentioned one limitation regarding bias.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, how do you see, for example, reporting bias where organizations most likely show their successful sustainability initiatives? How can you look into that? Okay.
Regarding your first questions, regarding the moderators, and actually, I didn't mention it before, moderators will be also the internal or external variables which I will treat them also as moderators during the model. I know it's a big model, but this will be broken down into two PhD researchers. And regarding firm size and culture, I have them under control variables. And they will not be moderators, but also like a control variable. And regarding the second question regarding the bias, I know firms show the successes statistics they have, but during the questionnaire survey, we are going to include different questions in order to cross-check that this information they have provided, they are valuable. Thank you. Any questions in the teams? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
No questions on YouTube either.
Perfect. Everything was
I guess
clear.
you've covered everyone. Thank you very much again. Okay, so now I will give the floor to Mrs. Monica Wilhelm. Okay, she comes from the National University of Spain. Am I right?
Yes, you're
Okay.
right.
And you will be talking about enhancing English as a foreign language teaching through generative artificial intelligence, opportunities, applications, and challenges.
Correct. And thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to thank the organizers of the first OpenEU Winter School for PhDs. It's a wonderful opportunity to share our research, ongoing research. We have to never forget that, that's ongoing. And also to have the feedback on everyone's and see how it's going. Also, the warm welcome I received when I arrived. So thank you, everyone. And so let's go back to the 12 minutes I have assigned for today. So yes, it's about enhancing English as a foreign language teaching and learning through generative AI. Opportunities, applications, and challenges. And this is part of the philology program at UNED University. And the supervisors are Professor Elena Bárcena and Professor Ángeles Elvira, Sánchez Elvira Paniagua. So let's start. First of all, I named three things as a background. This morning we've been talking about constantly about that, and one of them is a widespread and rapid adoption of AI. We've talked about it, that it's been around since the 60s to narrow it down. But now in 2022, November 2022, there was a release by OpenAI of this free accessible tool. And now, let's say soon after, there was a high increase on users, as we all very well known here present. And in the education field, some authors call it a disruption. And it has raised many ethical issues that we've been discussing this morning, as transparency and many other ones. And then the other one is that besides all that, it will impact, let's say, 60 or more % of the jobs. So it is something we need to look at. And the problem statement, we can call it that there is within the AI, there are chatbots that they have the potential to help with or enhance the learning experience, especially for languages. And there is a need for empirical studies that actually support these statements. So the research objective of the thesis is to explore the potential integration of Gen AI in English as a foreign language teaching and learning. The special objectives are divided in the main tools commonly used or most frequently used by students and teachers, key skills, main benefits, main limitations and challenges, and perceptions on integrating AI through the implementation of three tasks. The research questions are aligned with, we can say, with the objectives. The first one being the trends, the tools, skills, benefits, challenges, and perspectives. Conceptual frameworks. Well, we can sum it up saying that it's mainly under the big umbrella of computer-assisted language learning. That's a field. And there are other theories that underpin the study, like mobile-assisted language learning, micro-learning. And to sum up and say what's the key on that is the personalization you get with the tools, the expansion of the learning process behind the boundaries of classroom, and also feedback. And also we get the one that has a little fish there, micro learning bites. So it's breaking the content in micro activities that it's supposed to, or it's expected to create motivation or engagement with students, so they don't give up. And what the thesis contributes is the integration of traditional techniques of the round robin or round table techniques into with new theories, paradigms like mobile open social learning for languages, that this is 2018, 2021 also, with emerging technologies such as ChatGPT. The methodology, I'll give you a big overview. It's an exploratory approach, and it follows the mixed methods, and the research design is divided in 10 phases. I will not get into details on that because we have no time, but I'm open to questions. The data collection was done as far as the students were surveys. And the students that participated were 185 students enrolled at Sapienza University of Rome during the academic years 2023-2024 and 2024-2025. And that was a result of a research day I carry out during those years. And for teachers, I have key informants, as the literature calls them. So they were selected because of their knowledge and experience. And there were interviews, and then there was a descriptive analysis, always following the ethics suggestions and recommendations of the ethical team at UNED. The research implementation, well, there is instructional design to create 3 micro tasks. I follow these frameworks in the graph. Then the micro tasks were circular intelligence, the first one, let's have a chat, and AI power round robin. And this micro task, the key thing is that they include the chatbot as a tool in all of them. The participants, well, one of the most outstanding details is like the student's age was very young, between 21 and 30, which for a UNED student at UNED is 33, and at the average at OpenEU is 36. So that was for me new. And then the multicultural context, it was very wide and rich, 60 to 71%. I also asked about the language they spoke at home. I had it in a slide as well, but it's related to this graph here. Mostly Italian, but there were many other ethnicities, cultural beliefs represented. Now, going to the research questions, the trends. Well, students are using it over or close to 70%, and almost half of them admitted that they're using it more and more in the last couple of years, and that's according with the literature review. Teachers, they're more cautious, but they're still using it. And the 2 graphs are according to what literature says. I wrote here the British Council survey, but as we talked earlier, and we will repeat that the conclusion, this is a new technology, and literature it also evolves very fast. The key thing is that they're not using it during the classes, or like there's like 70 to 20% using it during the classes, but they're using it for preparing lessons. Tools. For students, translators, that's what they are using. They have been using it for 6 to 8 years. That was a surprise, at least for me. They are very young to be using automated translators. And then language learning apps and language generation, such as ChatGPT. The teachers are using mostly language generation, as we mentioned, mostly to prepare lessons. Skills. There is wide agreement, critical thinking is the one that even students, teachers, and literature says. And we talked earlier about institution ethic or policies. Well, they also have they're spotting critical thinking and over reliance in these topics or in these politic summaries. Now, benefits, potential benefits. So the students, their perception is that it helps the most with text editing, automated feedback, and also motivation. That's according to literature. And now I have a couple of testimonies from teachers during the interview. Most of them say automated feedback. That's one of the main benefits. Improving writing, the same as students, and improving text, boosting motivation, and helping with fluency. Now, some particular ones, let's say interviewee number 5, he believed that it also helps reducing grading work overload. For teachers, some have 100 students at big universities. And then also to help with challenges, like learning challenges as dyslexia, or to summarize or sum up, like in mind maps, some complex terms. Challenges. Well, also this morning we've been talking about challenges, but one of the main concerns is over-reliance and plagiarism, according to students' perception. Teachers, first of all, academic integrity, including plagiarism and over-reliance. Also authorship is an issue. And then literature analysis agrees with all that, and then add some like lack of human warmth and some other nuances. Going back to the conclusions, because I know I'm very tight with time, let's say to, I have 3 more minutes, so, well, so then I do have time for the other one. So the significant conclusions, yeah, I want to say it all. It explores the integration of the tool with real experiments, like, let's say, empirical studies to get perceptions, to get also these teachers and professors' feedback. Also designs, implements, and evaluates the 3 microtasks that integrate the conversational agent. And the key findings, well, it does help learners' motivation. We can say here, it may help learners' motivation. It doesn't help everyone. It may support a multilingual and multicultural context. However, behind all that, there is such a thoughtful and careful consideration. Also, we discussed this morning with students' privacy, with data, with knowledge, with misinformation, and everything we've said. So the preparation, the planning, and the deployment of the activities has to be supervised, and there has to be a responsible use, and that's what we need to transmit students. Now, yes, the conclusions. Well, students are using it, mainly translators and writing and proofreading, and then teachers are using it, but they disclose that they need more training and guidance for using it, and they are a lot more cautious, of course, than students. Skills needed, 100% agreement, critical thinking, and then main benefits identify, or possible or potential benefits, we can say, well, besides the text editing and proofreading that's here available, automated feedback, enhancing practice to help fluency, especially for shy students, 24/7 availability. Not only for shy students, but some students were reluctant to speak in class. And then when they had to speak with the machine, then they felt a lot more comfortable. Also helping motivation and engagement, and help with or support with multilingual contexts. Major challenges, we can say critical thinking and over-reliance. Limitations and future direction. Limitations, well, again, it's an under-researched field or corner of the world, and then it also evolves rapidly. I have the feeling that every time I get closer to the target, it takes off. And I think I got the picture, and then it takes off, and then I have to chase it again. So that's my constant feeling through the process of the writing of the thesis. And then the other limitation was the academic calendar constraints during the research stay. That I couldn't do much observation or follow-up discussion sessions with students, but the professors were very generous, so I couldn't ask anything else. Future directions, well, to further explore oral and human-machine integration with rubrics, recordings, and peer-to-peer review. Also to develop frameworks for teacher training, that's what they claim they need. And also ethnographic and longitudinal research to see if it really makes a statement or makes a difference when it's used. And that's all for today.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. Any questions? Yes.
Who was it?
Thanks for your presentation. I really liked it. I was wondering, because you used learner motivation as a single construct, right? What is the reason why you chose motivation in general and not differ it, for example, in intrinsic and extrinsic motivation?
Thank you for the question. That was very thoughtful of you. Well, I put it all in one concept to make the categories easier and more manageable. However, that is research question 6 that is not being analyzed, is on it, but it's not finished. That's why I did not present the results for that. However, the part of the answer is it does break into we have, as you said, intrinsic motivation, that's our own, like we're here because we want to. And some others, like during the class, is in a language class, it's very hard to get students to speak. It's very hard to get students to write. Let's write about the weather. I don't want to. Nobody wants to write 80 words. You know how difficult it is to get the 80 words. So it seems like we have gamification, social media, everything to stimulate them. And then I measure that with responses. I did observe, even if they did not allow me to observe as much as I wanted, but I did observe. So you get observational behavior, participation, if they overcome obstacles. For instance, with ChatGPT, they have obstacles. So did they overcome it or just stop and give up and start talking with their peers? Also, if they handed in the results, I asked them to do a writing or a recording, and they did hand in some days later, but they handed in. And also they answered my survey. So there was a positive. And of course, as we discussed before, there is some bias. The ones that are interested, they respond, they participate, they ask if they don't understand. And some other people, you don't get to motivate them, and maybe it's really hard or challenging to motivate them. So research question 6 has a lot of ramifications that I've been trying to organize, because then they're open questions, so I get everything there. It's not just calculate the percentage. Does that answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Two more questions from the WebEx. The first one, I would like to know a little more about the methodology used for the research, mixed methods in 10 phases. Can we have access to it?
Yes, of course. I'm not sure if I can go back, but I can speak about it. The 10 phases consist, first of all, I did a literature review. That was 2022. And then I I created one micro task. I deploy the task. First, you have one of the phases is a pre-implementation, get the courses, get the permissions, get the professors, go to Sapienza and try to manage all that labor. Then you get the questionnaires, you implement the task, collect the data. Then I return to Spain, did analyze the data for preliminary results, and then I did a systematic review. After the systematic review, I retouched the questionnaires, I retouched one of the micro tasks, and I created another one. And then again, pre-implementation, implementation, post-implementation, and then analysis. So that's why it's divided in 10. And I couldn't skip the literature review I did in 2022. By 2024, it was not obsolete, but I kept crossing out what I said, so I did a systematic review. I'm not sure if Antonio answers that, but he'll say something. So that's why it's subdivided into so many phases.
Thank you. And another question on YouTube. Have you already published some results?
Yes, they are published, but using the micro task, and they are published. They have just been published on the 12th, November 12th.
Okay.
Yes, the first author is Magaña. Is in the. I'm not sure if I can access the slides. Do you think I can access from here, or can you access the first one in the references? Okay, so the last author, Magaña Redondo, Willem Moreno Saleguin, and Garcia Vidal, that uses one of the micro tasks as a part of a learning program for professors and English teachers in the rural areas of Spain. So the theoretical frame and the micro task is very similar. It's not the same, and I'll tell you why, because it's fantastic. Is the first one I created was called the rights evolution. So about the evolution of human rights. And so that right was if they have evolution in the right way, so like education and food and everything. However, I got to Sapienza with that, and the professor said, we cannot talk about such a serious matter. The world is a disaster. We have people from Uzbekistan, they're fleeing their countries. Like, can we have an easy matter to discuss during the session? I was like, okay, so let's, so I thought about it again and found out that some more lighter topics to consider. And so you'll see the difference in that in the micro tasks, but they are flexible.
Thank you. So as far as I can see, there's no other questions. No? No. So that would be all.
Well, thank you very
Thank you very much. And now the floor belongs to you, Pauline. No, Helena. Helena Patiño?
Yes.
De Artaja.
Yes.
Am I right?
That's good enough.
Okay. You will be talking about air transport sustainability.
Can I stand up?
Yeah, of course. Exploring passenger behavior and policy interventions. And Helena comes from the Open University of Catalonia.
Okay. Is this okay, or should I hold the mic?
Let's ask the audience if they can hear you properly.
Hello, my name is Elena. I come from the Open University of Catalonia. And do I open my presentation, or?
Yes.
Is it here?
Let me get the microphone there so that you can be heard.
Yes, perfect. Was that good? Yeah. Okay, so hello everyone. As I've said already, I'm Elena. I'm a third-year PhD candidate, and I'm going to talk about a problem you may have heard about. It's called climate change. And so there are many factors that add to it, and one of them is transport, specifically air transport. It's a really big problem in this sense, and I'm going to explore it through different angles that I will talk about, but mainly about the behavior perspective, the consumer behavior, and also the policy one. So basically, aviation contributes to 2% of emissions, but if we take into account of like CO2 emissions, but if we take account contrails and other fumes that aircrafts make, we get to a 3.5% of the climate effects. So we've seen how, like in the global climate goals that many countries and the EU have set, that since 1990, we've reduced the amount of emissions for many sectors, but this is not the case for transport. Transport is one of the main sectors that keeps going up. So this is a concern, of course. And then since I have a case study that focuses on Spain, I also want to say that Spain is one of the largest air passenger markets, since it's like a very touristic country. We have many, not also internal flights, but also international flights coming in. So my thesis is based on three main angles that are interconnected. From one side, we have like the expert view, right? What does the literature say? What are the main problems? And here we see that the research, like the hypothesis is that the research in this area is pretty fragmented. There's not many interdisciplinarity, but I'll talk about that later. Then we have the behavioral aspect. So people in the past few years have become more aware about the environment, more aware about what pollutes, what doesn't. And many people consider themselves environmentalists and want to make better. But then at the same time, this sometimes doesn't reflect on how they act. So I also want to know, why does that happen? Do people don't know how to be more sustainable? What are the main problems that they face when they are trying to be better in this aspect? And yeah, also their attitudes versus their behavior. And then lastly, we also have the policy aspects, right? Because how everything is shaped around us, like how governments and institutions place these barriers, they can either accelerate better behavior or stop us from making the change that we want for society. So these three interconnected points are what guide my thesis. So the research objectives are to analyze air travel behavior and the main motivations to take this type of travel instead of other kinds of travel in Spain mainly. Then identify what kind of passengers do we have based on their characteristics. Also examine this intention action gap, like maybe I want to stop traveling by plane, but maybe it's not that easy. And then also evaluate European policy and see if it's coherent with the climate goals. So some of my research questions are, well, based on the problem statements, you can imagine them, but it's what drives their travel choices and sustainability attitudes among passengers. How can passenger segments be identified and what this tells us? How effective are current transport policies and how coherent they are, right? So then to guide my thesis, I have some theories that, well, that help me guide this research. So first of all, we have degrowth. Degrowth is all about reducing economic growth, because infinite economic growth, it's not seen as necessary. So we should responsibly reduce our consumption of energy materials. So this translated to the transport sector would be to have less flights, but more meaningful ones. For example, maybe banning private jets, but all making sure that immigrants can visit their families at least once a year and so on. Then we have the social dilemma. So individual priorities versus global ones. So like maybe people considering their personal interests higher than the interest from the whole society. But we have to keep in mind that the interest for the whole society is also going to benefit me individually, right? And then we have our behavior theories. I'm based on these three ones. The two first ones, the theory of planned behavior and the norm activation model, are basically focused on on the attitudes, like for example, social norms, the perception of my environment, what do I think people expect from me, and these things guide our behavior. And then I also have nudge theory, which is more for like the policy side. So it's all about making choices easier for people, making, for example, train or other kinds of transport the default and the easier choice for everyone. And lastly, I use narrative policy analysis to evaluate policies and analyze them. So as for my methodology, I use mixed methods. I have 3 chapters. So the first one is a bibliometric analysis, where I analyze the literature systematically. I did it from the years 2000 to 2023, because that's the year I started my PhD. And so I'll go deeper here, but it's basically, yeah, I took the literature, 777 articles, I think, after doing the systematic research and then scanning them myself to verify that they go accordingly to my topic. Then on the second part, I did an online survey of Spanish air passengers, so people who have flown in the last 2 years, and analyzed their environmental concerns and their attitudes and their beliefs in many aspects of their lives with their transport behavior. And lastly, and this one is still ongoing, I've done a narrative policy analysis of the core EU transport and climate documents. So some of the key results, this is the results from the bibliometric analysis. So I studied the intersection of climate change and air transport and see what the literature is all about. And this is a concurrent network that comes out of like, all those are keywords from the papers. And so we see 2 main blocks clearly, and one of them is focused on environmental sciences and engineering, so like a more technical, like aircraft fuel, sustainable fuels, how to better the aircraft and engineering. And then we have the social sciences and policy aspect, like more on EU policy, economics, and travel behavior, and so on. So some of the things that we see here is that we need a stronger need for interdisciplinary research to like bind these 2 topics and not have it so isolated. Then from the survey, we come up with 3 clusters. So here are some of the variables I measure. So like the past frequency of air travel, their climate concern, both like, am I aware that there's climate change? Do I care about it? And also, how does it apply? How do I apply it in my personal life? Also, if I know that air transport, it's a pollutant, right? Because some people are maybe not aware about it. If people are techno-optimistic, if they think that in the future technology is gonna solve the problem, and how willingness are they to change to other kind of transports, or what are their preferences regarding travel. So from this, we get 3 main segments. So first we have the status quo flyers, who are mostly men who travel a lot among our sample and do not care as much about the environment. They are somewhat aware that flying pollutes, but not as much. They are not techno-optimists, and they are not willing to change to a different transport mode. Then we have the environmentally conscious low flyers, which are mostly women who are older and also are more educated. They are the people who fly the least. Okay, I'll go faster now then. And so they are very concerned about climate change, but they are willing to change if the options, the alternatives work with them and are accessible. And then we have the pragmatic moderates, which are right in the middle of these 2, who is a balanced group, and they travel moderately, but they are really open to change, and they are kind of people who are just learning about this climate problem, but they're really open to change. So these 3 segments differ significantly, and in generally, people don't estimate right their actions, like they prefer recycling even if the impact is way lower. And they usually externalize their responsibility, you know? They say like, why would I travel less? It's for rich people to travel less, or governments should do something about it, or companies, and so on. So here we would like to focus the policies in the pragmatic moderates, and the environmental ones they already want to change, and the pragmatic moderates are the ones that are open to change, are the ones that we need to push towards that change. And lastly, these are the these are from the EU narratives. Like I examined the Fit for 55, the European climate law, and other policy documents, and I've come up with like 9 main narratives. And here, let's keep it already. So we see that the policy landscape is fragmented. We have many different narratives at once, and many times it's technology focused and economic growth focused. So we see that has like a bigger impact than maybe social equity or demand side measures. And yeah, this is a problem because sometimes European goals don't match each other. For example, they want to make tourism grow, but at the same time, they don't want to stop transport or reduce it or make it more ecological. And so we need an integrated approach. I'm going to skip this because it's the same as this one. So basically, the conclusions are that the segmentation reveals that there's diverse patterns and there's potential for change and make this better. Then that EU transport narrative rely a lot on technology, which we've seen that may not be a problem solver in time. Like technology, of course, is good, but maybe it will not arrive in time for achieving the climate goals. And yeah, for achieving those climate goals, we need to integrate all these aspects and like the academic, the policy, and the behavior to achieve the solutions in an equitable way. The limitations are is that the case study is Spain focused. Of course, with like surveys, well, we relied on self-reported data, and the policy analysis is restricted to EU documents in a specific time period, and these are always evolving. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pauline. Helena, sorry.
It's okay.
Using the wrong name.
Don't worry.
So, any questions? Are there any questions from YouTube? No. What about WebEx? No questions at all? I have a question though. I saw that you have a huge sample.
Yeah.
1,200 people, something like that. Okay. Was it only from one airfly company?
So the data actually is from citizens in Spain, and it's a representative sample of Spanish citizens.
Okay, and you mentioned that the respondees were mainly men. Do we have more about their profiles?
So the respondees were representative, were overall similar to a Spanish distribution of population, but we see that the ones that fly the most and care the least about climate change are men, but the ones who care about climate change and fly the least are women. So, and then the middle ones, it's balanced. So,
okay.
So yeah,
this is interesting.
It's really interesting for me too. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, if there are no other questions, that would be all. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is
Pauline.
Pauline.
Yes.
It's my first time. I apologize. So it's Pauline Tillman, and the title of the presentation is "To Sense or Not to Sense: The Double-Edged Nature of Interoception and Emotion Regulation." So you have 12 minutes.
Yes, can you, I'm sorry, I'm not really familiar with PowerPoint.
I can help you if you want to.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I will let you know when 3 minutes remaining. Okay? The floor is yours.
Okay. So did you ever feel your heart pounding in your throat because you were frightened? Or maybe felt your head spinning after a long day at work. Or did you ever feel butterflies in your stomach because you were in love? Well, these are all examples of interoceptive sensations. Sensations from your body that tell you that something is going on. And in my PhD, I tried to get a better understanding of how these subtle bodily changes contribute to our emotional experience. And today I would like to share my research setup and the preliminary results of my first study with you. First, a little introduction on the background. Interoception, probably not everyone is familiar. What is it? One of the most frequently used definitions, quite basic one, the sense of the physiological condition of the body. A lot of other definitions also include interpretation and regulation of these sensations. So it's kind of about the connection between your body and your mind. So why is this an important topic in psychology? It's an important factor in both psychological well-being and in mental health problems. So on the beneficial side, you can think of interventions and practices like meditation, yoga, or mindfulness, in which people are taught to have like an open and non-judgmental attitude towards these bodily sensations. On the other side, research has demonstrated that interoception is an important factor in many mental health problems like eating disorders, PTSD, depression, and many more. And there are even researchers that propose that it's one of the underlying factors of mental health problems. So a lot of people took interest in this subject. It may give rise to the question whether it's beneficial or detrimental to experience these bodily sensations. Well, there's not a very simple answer to that question, but there are a few elements that we know that contribute to this experience. I mentioned a few, it's not exhaustive, but the extent to which you detect, interpret, and regulate these bodily sensations is an important factor. The extent to which you pay attention to these sensations, context, and prior experiences. And to give you a little example, imagine I am in a high-risk situation. So someone is trying to assault me. At that time, it's probably not very beneficial to detect everything that is going on in my body and try to have an open and non-judgmental attitude towards it. Probably more beneficial to direct my attention to getting out of the situation. But on the other hand, if I am at home and my 3-year-old son comes running towards me and wants to give me one of his best hugs, then it's a moment that I want to enjoy. And then I do want to detect the bodily sensations and I want to direct attention to what I'm feeling. So it's really depending on the moment and the person. Then a little bit zooming in on my PhD. Interoception is quite a new field in psychology, even though there was a mentioning of interoceptive processes at late 19th century already. Researchers only took interest in the past 15, 20 years. And I did a quick PubMed search. In 2000, only 20 articles were published on this subject. And last year, it were over 600. So we have gained a lot of knowledge and a lot of new insights, a lot of more information about physiological processes, pathways in the brain that are involved. But it also came along with a few challenges. And I will outline a few that are important to my PhD. The first one, there's a proliferation of definitions and measures. So it's quite hard to find your way and pick the right ones for your research. The other one is that the measures that are most frequently used are not aligned anymore with the current knowledge on interoception, because even though we have a lot of new measures, a lot of them are only cited like once or twice. To give you an example, the questionnaire that is used the most widely dates back to 2012, and a task that is most widely cited dates back even to 1981. So you can imagine there's some room for improvement on the measures of interoception. So this resulted in these 3 main aims for my PhD. Or actually, the top 2 are the main aims, and I hope I still have time at the end for the last one. So I want to start by constructing a theoretical framework that is aligned with the current knowledge on interoception, because it's a bit of a shame if we don't use all the new knowledge. So we want to use that and converge that in a theoretical framework, and then use this framework to develop a new measure of interception. And if time permits, I hope to translate the findings into clinical practice. The first steps is to converge the existing knowledge, and I will do that by doing 3 systematic literature reviews on definitions, theory, and measures of interception. I will share the research questions for the first review, so the systematic literature review on definitions. And the first one is on the demarcation of the construct. So where does interception start? Where does it end? How can we separate it from related constructs? So how can it be defined in light of current theoretical and empirical debates? The second one is on interceptive aspects. So interception is the main construct, and there are a few sub-constructs or interceptive aspects. And we want to know which interceptive aspects are currently identified and how are these aspects defined, operationalized, and related. And the last one is on disciplinary lenses. How do definitions of interception differ across disciplinary perspectives? This was an idea that I got from the initial literature review, and we decided to propose a question on that as well. This is to give you a little insight of the numbers of papers that I went through in the past year. Of course, we started by defining search terms and inclusion and exclusion criteria before this whole process, and use different databases to get the broadest perspective as we could on interception. And I used the web application of Rayan to do the systematic literature review, which is quite nice actually, because in the paid student version, you can also make randomized samples if you review with different reviewers. So that was quite convenient. And it resulted in a final sample of 1,458 papers included. And here you can see how it's divided among the 3 literature reviews. So for the definition review, I included 1,031 papers and a total of 2,400 definitions. For theory, I included 467 papers with a total of 474 unique theory references. And the last one for the measures were 1,134 papers that mentioned 1 or more measures of interception. And I managed to collect 175 different measures of interception. So it's quite a lot. I started analyzing the definitions, and maybe you wonder how you do that with 2,400. I started labeling them, and actually I already got ideas of which labels I should use when I was reviewing all the papers. I use 8 labels in total, but I will not bore you with all of them. I will just share 4 to give you a little bit of an idea of what labels I use and how the definitions differ. The first is definition type. A lot of definitions focus on what the construct is, so they're stipulative definitions, and other definitions mention how the construct is measured, so they're operational. So that's one of the differences. Definitions also differ in the extent to which one is aware and what the level of awareness that they describe. So is it conscious, subconscious, or non-conscious? Also differing in the processing stage. So what is described? Some say it's about detection of interceptive signals. The others say interpretation or maybe signaling, regulation, evaluation. It's like many processes that they describe. And they also mention a lot of different signals. So some are very narrow. They only mention heartbeat or visceral signals, and others describe the signals very broadly. So they name bodily sensations or interception. So it's very varied how they mention it. I only have 3 findings because I'm still analyzing, so I'm not done yet with the labeling. But on the demarcation, we found that new insights on interception are reflected in recently proposed definitions. So, for example, older definitions only include bottom-up signals, so from the body to the brain. But newer definitions also include the top-down signals from the brain to the body. There's also still debate which senses to include. So there are a few senses that people agree on, and some, like the skin, you can question, is it interoceptive or maybe exteroceptive? So that's still debated. For the interoceptive aspects, can be quite confusing because sometimes they use the same definition for different constructs or vice versa. So it's kind of hard to find your way in these definitions. And the definitions vary widely in specificity and included processes, as I mentioned with the labeling process already. On the disciplinary lenses, it seems to be reflected in perceptual entities, so who or what does the sensing. Some definitions describe that the individual senses, others describe that the brain or the nervous system does the sensing, so it's different and it might be reflected in the mentioned processing stages, but it's too early to be sure about that. So what will I do from here? The definitions review, I will probably eventually propose a coherent set of definitions derived from the most frequently used elements per construct or subconstruct. And for the theory and measure review, I'm not sure yet because I didn't start analyzing, but I wrote down 2 questions because maybe you can help me or have any suggestions. I did a review before and I tried to label theory the same way that I'm labeling the definitions right now, and it does not work. Because if you kind of break down a theory into snippets of information, it's very hard to get an overview and you lose the idea of the theory. So I know what does not work, so I'm not going to label the theories like I do with the definitions, but maybe some of you have any suggestions on how can I constructively analyze and integrate existing theories into a coherent framework. And for the measures, as I mentioned, I had 175 different measures, and it's like different types of measures as well. So I have a lot of questionnaires, I have a lot of different tasks, and one measures heartbeat, and the other measures your respiratory, it's a respiratory task. And we have confidence ratings, and there are physiological measures. So it's quite hard to decide, like, how am I going to analyze that? So if anyone has any experience or suggestions, I would love to hear them. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? No? From WebEx?
No.
So, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presenter is Ms. Silvia Todorova-Apostolova. She's from WebEx, okay, and University of Veliko Tarnovo, and the title of the presentation is The Impact of Digital Communication on the Development of EFL-EAL Learners' Writing Skills. The floor is yours.
Hello to everyone. Just a minute to share my screen. I hope you can see my presentation. Let me just put it on a slideshow. Is it visible?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I would like to just point out that my research is at a rather early stage because the topic was just was chosen only recently. So I still have certain parts that are not completed. Why I have chosen this topic, I have a long experience as an English teacher, and I have seen some peculiar things that my students exhibited in the classroom. The learning environment has changed, and we all know this. The information is available at any point in time. People can communicate with friends from different countries extremely easily through various digital channels and devices. It is now common for teenagers to connect with peers from all over the world playing games online, chatting, exchanging ideas and information. And the peculiar fact is that they use English as a medium for their interaction. In this way, English learners are immersed in the language for lengthy periods and progressively acquire the language outside the classroom. Due to the nature of their interaction in English, and they come into the classroom with quite good reading skills, listening skills, and speaking skills. But the situation with their writing skills, especially academic writing, is quite different. And as I mentioned, as a teacher of English, I have worked with such students. When I noticed the problem, I discussed it with some of my colleagues from other schools, and they shared my observation as well. So this provoked me to investigate further into the effect of digital communication and social media on English teenager learners' writing skills. And this is so far my research included students from 4 Bulgarian schools. While going through the existing materials, I have noticed that most of the research is so to make a difference, my research is focused on school students. And the other reason I have decided to include school students is that nowadays children gain exposure to English through the internet from a very young age. The objectives of my research are to collect data on how students learn through digital resources and social media, to investigate the positive and negative effects of digital communication in terms of foreign language acquisition, and furthermore to elicit and describe perceived strategies that English teachers adopt in the classroom to improve their students' writing skills. The research aims to answer the following questions. How does digital communication influence the writing skills of school students in Bulgaria, aged 13 and above? So this is 7th grade in Bulgaria. And the second question, I'm sorry, is what teaching strategies and approaches can be implemented to overcome the negative effects and enhance the positive impact of digital communication on writing skills development. The research draws theoretical insights from the following concepts and models. Acquisition of foreign language from psycholinguistic perspective, and mainly in terms of the stages and types of language acquisition, especially where the second language is acquired at an early stage. And also I have looked into the cognitive and neuropsychological factors that are key to successful foreign language acquisition. Motivation is one of the key factors that influence foreign language acquisition. So I have included that as well, and mainly instrumental and integrative motivation. Because students my research focuses on how students learn from their digital interaction, digital communication. I have looked into the relationship between language and society, and also how languages change through human interaction, especially when the speakers are non-native speakers. And as I mentioned before, this is a phenomenon that affects English and changes English, which nowadays is used as the predominant medium of communication. Of course, I have included as well second language acquisition theories. And I have put down some references at the end of my presentation. Focusing on the research methodology, so far I have 106 students. They all study English as a foreign language from 4 Bulgarian schools. Half of them are at the age of 13 and 14, and the rest are above that age. The methods I use mixed methods, and first of all, they had to perform a writing task. The writing task was either write a short composition or do a dictation. And both writing tasks according to the standards of the national curriculum, which states what students can do with regards to their age and the level of the achieved level of language acquisition in terms of vocabulary, grammar, and length of the writing piece. Furthermore, students had to complete a questionnaire. It is quite a lengthy questionnaire, 31 questions, but they all aim to indicate how many years the students have studied English. Also, how long, what period during the day they are exposed to English and the channels of exposure, whether it's social media, gaming, internet, watching films, listening to songs. Also, I have tried to clear out how confident they feel speaking and writing in English, whether they feel more confident speaking or writing or both. And also have included questions regarding the country of origin of their online friends. I was quite surprised with the answers because quite a lot of them communicate literally with people from all over the world. And also I have included a lot of questions that aim to clarify whether they recognize and use features that are typical for digital communications. Communication like abbreviations, using digits instead of letters, missing punctuation, distorted grammar, and small I instead of I as the personal pronoun.
You have 3 minutes remaining, please.
I'm nearly at the end. The responses from the written task were analyzed to reveal the features of the written language that is typical for digital communication. And afterwards, these responses were summarized and compared to the students' responses to the survey. And the survey is included to help me interpret the results of the writing tasks. A small amount of my references and the used literature. And this is about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Can you pass the microphone?
My name is Juliana, coming from Germany, Germany. My research also focuses on student writing. I wonder how are you planning to assess the writing class results? Do you have a real English teacher for you to do the scoring?
Yes, I have included the teachers as well from the different schools, and they actually conducted the task. I was present at during their writing, and also we review together the tasks, written pieces.
And what would be the phrase for the scoring?
Sorry, can you repeat it again, because I didn't hear.
I mean, phrase for the scoring. For example, you take more look at the grammatical error or the structure of the essays or the language using.
I was concentrating mainly on the features of digital communication, like abbreviations or digits or small i's. And also, the scoring was according to the Bulgarian national curriculum. Everything is stated in there in terms of content and in terms of grammar, in terms of vocabulary, and variety of structures.
Yeah, perfect. And the last question is the most important one. Do you consider open resources as a new class?
I'm sorry, my connection is rather bad. Can you repeat again?
Are you going to publish this data set, this assets you collected as open resource?
Oh, the students' work. I have only included the students as participants, and I had to submit an official letter to the schools where I have to actually preserve their identity.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Are there any more questions? One more question.
Can you speak louder, please? I really have a problem with hearing what the question. No. Maybe you can write it down in the chat.
Yes, yeah,
Ah,
sorry, that's off.
yes.
My question is actually, let's say that students in their first paragraph, they write British English, and in their second paragraph, American English. Can this cause specific errors?
I have not included this. And simply because when the features that typical for digital communications are something like writing CUS instead of CUZ instead of because, or literally distorted grammar, missing auxiliary verbs or verb contractions. Does this answer your question?
Are there any more questions from WebEx? YouTube, no. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Just for 1 minute. Do you want to? Yes, no. I will introduce Professor Lionarakis. I will make a change, and instead of Georgia Karayani, we have the pleasure to hear the speech of Emeritus Professor Adonis Lionarakis, who is with us today. So, the floor is yours.
It's me.
Georgia will talk tomorrow instead of another colleague who is.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gaili, very much. And thank you, all of you, for your participation and your patience to listen everything, to get involved and to enjoy, hopefully enjoy the session. I was thinking about how could I start an introduction about PhDs and doctorates like this. When I say like this, I mean you are from different countries, different subjects, right? Yeah. Different experiences, different difficulties. So I couldn't personalize anything. But what I could do is to generalize some items, some issues which are more or less common to everyone. More or less you have the experience about all this of your work, obviously. So I would like to start saying something which I had many discussions about it with some American and British friends specialized in distance education, especially from Britain, with the Vice Chancellor of the Open University. Because we're good friends and we meet sometimes and we talk about all this. I have a feeling that, first of all, let's say it would be very, very interesting to see what is a PhD, what is a doctorate. Not what we do, not what do they expect, but what is it? Is it a postgraduate thesis? Is it an article? Is it a textbook for students? I try to code all these thoughts in 3 sentences. So the first sentence is about school education, which means at school, all pupils and students learn about the world. They go to school every day. They have different subjects. Their teachers teach them about a number of subjects. And step by step, day by day, they discover, they find out about the world, how it's built, how it works, if it's good or bad, if it's necessary or not, if it's anything somebody can have a picture about the world. That happens in primary and secondary education. If we go to university education, undergraduate studies, not post, not the doctoral and not a master's. At the university, students learn what some people said about the things that they learn. So, if I'm studying, let's say, education, I go to the university for the first degree to learn what some people said about all this, what they did, how they saw these things happening, and what kind of interest they have developed in order to have their stimuli and interest to develop it more and more. So students there, they learn simply what other people, what some people said about the world, right? So we have primary education, And I would say second day, it's the same. No, not the same, but in this case, we combine them. So the students in school education learn about the world. At the university, the students learn how and what some people said about their subject. And at the end, we have the master's degree and the doctoral degree, which does something different. It's not the same. In doctoral thesis, and the same as in the master's degree, the students learn how to form, how to develop, how to work, how to show their own view about the world. They don't bring just the bibliography saying, oh yes, this person here talked about this or talked about the other. This is in first degree, in undergraduate studies. But in the PhD, you have to develop, you have to show and to prove your own view, your own understanding about the world. It's not easy. Maybe it sounds easy, but it's not easy. Which means that you will have to discover something new completely. You are a scientist with a broader sense of the word, all right? And you do a PhD starting from 3 years to X years because you want to discover something. And this something, this discovery, is your key to your research, to your bibliography, studying, and hopefully for the future, whatever you do or you will do. That's very important because a PhD means you have a prototype work, you have a new work, you have something that nobody else talked before, and you have to discover it. And you will discover it, first of all, with a bibliography, and on the other hand, you will discover it with your research, your involvement in what you're doing. So when somebody decides to do a PhD, the first thing he or she should answer is, what do I want to discover? Why other people would be interested to read my work? Do I want to discover something interesting, or I just have to write a few essays or to publish some articles? The way how we define our findings, in this case, depends on the bibliography, first of all. The bibliography, or the review of the bibliography, will help you to discover this and to form, to give it a form, to give it a live issue for your work. It's not just like I wrote an article. Oh, how big I am! How interesting and good I am because I wrote an article. Perhaps I am, but it's not the point. Here you have to prove and to discover something new. You don't repeat what other people said. Use them as bibliography, as a tool in order to do a better job, but it's not enough. So before you start anything, try to give an answer about what you want to do, what you want to discover and to develop as a new idea on your field, since we have so many fields. And by the way, And by the way, when we have candidates from different subjects, we know that each subject has a different policy, has a different level, and the supervisors want different things. You know, sometimes even in different countries, there are differences. Sometimes in the university itself, there are many differences. It's obvious that humans also have differences concerning the work that they expect to do from you. But you have to discover, you have to find out what your supervisor wants, how he wants it or she wants it. It depends on you, how you will handle this issue. And remember, especially the third part of what I said before, that in the doctoral procedure, you have to form and to develop your own ideas, your own views, your own involvement in the subject field which you're researching. Sorry for 1 second. Okay. So what it means? It means that while you're thinking about your research, what you want to discover, and you define the subject matter, you define the area of your PhD, start with an aim, goal. What do I want to do? Be careful here. Do it in one sentence, not many sentences. Just in one sentence, write, what do I want to do in this research? And give an answer in one sentence. If you make it, it means that you're ready to do the PhD. But it's very important to be able to form in one sentence exactly what are your goals and what are your future plans, what do you expect from your work and your research. Of course, there are many aims in a doctoral, as in any type, any kind of paper. You have to write them down. Maybe they are 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Nobody knows how many, but they will help you. Do you know why? Because the aims after the goal, in reality, they give the answer to your research questions. For example, if I want to do a research about how many books a social group of people read every year, or books, special books, whatever, this sentence, this sentence will define also your aims after the goal, or perhaps even in the goal. I want, or I would like to, or I believe that I have to search, develop, work, something which has to do with the reading and the A social group, which means that I want to see how many books they read every year. That's an aim. It's not the main goal. It's not. You will find the main goal, but it's a name which will help you to define the research questions. Remember always that we never answer research questions with one yes or no. Never. we will ask about how can we point. We will work with how many or how difficult or easy, how approachable, whatever is my work. And this is part of the research questions, of course, in a question form. Something that you will have to do it from the early beginning, because this will help you, first of all, because you are God in your work. You do whatever you want. Either you do this, you do that, with the help of the supervisor. There, it depends what kind of relationship you have with a supervisor. Some supervisors are very strict. They want you to do whatever they want. Some others are very relaxed, and they believe that you have the freedom to do whatever you want. But whatever the answer is, follow the rules. And the rules are those. I'm telling you now. In the PhD, you cannot escape from an introduction. Sorry. Have in mind, because sometimes we write the introduction at the end, not at the beginning. So keep some notes, write some notes, and having in mind that these notes will help you sooner or later to write a good introduction. Start finding bibliography. Bibliography is the heart, is the, let's call it, secret mechanism of our research in the PhD. So try to, from the very early days, to find good bibliography, and bibliography which suits to your research, to your interests. Something which will help you a lot is to define from the early beginning, or maybe not at the early beginning, but sometime in the beginning, the units, not the capitals, but the units. How many units do you'll have in your work, and give it a title, or give them their title, because they will help you to see much better the map of your work. They will help you a lot to see many problems that in a typical way of reading you won't see. But it's necessary to see them, know them, and let them lead you where you want to. Something which many people don't give a lot of importance is the organization of the time. Time is very important to your work, very important. And we think, especially if we're good, that if I give time to myself and work many hours per day and some hours at night, which I hope you do it, I'm not asking you, but it's obvious that you have to do it. You have to organize your time. How many hours today I will work with my bibliography? Shall I read it all, or shall I divide it into units, which I will, they're necessary for my work. And the gathering of bibliography, don't forget, is very important and very time consuming. It's not easy, for example, I decide today to do a PhD, all right. And on Monday, I have a meeting with some people or with my advisor for my bibliography. That's not so easy. It doesn't work like this. You have to search, you have to find this bibliography. You have to find and match it as well as you can. Something which will come at the end of your work when you are at the final stage is the discussion and the συμπεράσματα and the conclusion. So discussion and conclusion are two different things. I have some findings. I have to discuss with them. And I will discuss under my condition. For example, I have to underline the difficulties. I have to underline if I did something which was comparative, it was analysis, it was, it has to do, in other words, with some skills that I have to have and I have to develop, especially skills for knowledge, skills for my mind, in order to do my work correctly. That's not easy at all. And you will find out when the time comes to do this discussion and also the conclusion. Both of them are important, and I remind you that they are not the same thing. So conclusion is something which checks out usually it controls the aims that you have put at the beginning. So let's say, for example, you had written 10 aims at the beginning of your thesis, right? And you want to answer them. Step by step, you want to answer this. How you will check? How will you check if you did it or not? How will you check if you did this, if you answer these aims or not? Or if they are empty sheets or empty questions not answered? So conclusion is a very good tool in order to control this, always. So you go back to at the beginning and say, did I answer that? At the beginning, I promised you that I will answer this question. Did I do it? And did I do it well? So you control, you check. And you'll have the benefit, just you and not the advisor, or just you, to see if all these research questions or aims or the goal, the one and single goal, are answered. On the way to at the end of the doctoral, you'll find things that at the beginning you thought they were too easy. Or you'll find things that you thought it was too difficult, but you made them. Same if they were too easy, you made them. You have to check that. Start to think that sooner or later, someone will take your PhD thesis and will read it. And this person has to understand what you are saying or what you're trying to say. So it has to be very explicit. It has to be very understandable. It has to be very clear, and it has to be, shouldn't be confusing the reader or anyone who wants to read it and understand what you did. So the language we use, in every language it happens, not only in English or Greek or Italian or Spanish, Whatever we write, it has to be clear, explicit, and understood by the reader. Because if it's not, the reader will take your thesis and say, come on, I don't have the time to read all this. And he'll put it into the library. But you gave years of your life in order to do that, to build a new house. And you did it, you made it. So try to make it nice, beautiful, attractive, explicit, in order to, so you can be proud of your work. Because it's not enough if only you understands what you're trying to say. The others also have to understand what you're trying to say. And there is the difficulty. Now, I hope that you people don't have serious problems with your supervisor. Sometimes we have problems. He wants his own way, or she. And you say, but I read it, I did it. I spent 1 month in order to write this unit. Take another month, the answer will be. That's the reality. So, and this is a matter of luck. Only matter of luck, in the way that if you have someone to be flexible, friendly, understands you, keep this supervisor and talk to him or to her, exchange ideas, ask, and very often ask, how do I do it? What do you see? Am I on the right way? Do I have to change something? I have seen some examples that you wouldn't believe humans can do such thing. I had a friend, I still have him, actually. He was doing his PhD in London, University of London, King College, I think. And he had a supervisor. He was half crazy, believe me. I mean, he's a schizophrenic or I don't know what. I'm not a psychiatrist to put my sign on it, my signature under it. But they have many problems. So many problems that this friend of mine tried to kill himself. So many problems. So, and it's not I'm not exaggerating, it's true. So be sure that you have a good communication with your advice supervisor. Man or a woman, it doesn't matter. People nowadays, they are open, they are helpful. And I'm sure any normal person would help you with that. You have to try it. And if you have a good supervisor, believe me, consider yourself very, very, very lucky. Very lucky. Now, what it means good, you have to answer it. I won't answer it because each of us has a different idea and different experiences. So for you, for yourself, it's the right answer, not from me. I hope I didn't take.
Still have 5 minutes.
Take a
break.
I hope you're not very bored with me.
No, that's all.
Okay, okay. But I won't sing you. Be sure of that.
You should have
Sorry? Yeah, another time. Yeah, the supervisor is the, let's say, the dictator of our relationship, because he decides or she decides what you will do. So it depends from now on, from this moment on your will, on your type of communication with him or her, and try to realize it. Maybe he needs sometimes explanations, yet because since you think that, come on, it's not possible that he doesn't know what I want, or he doesn't know what I did here. It is. Sometimes it is possible. So we have to help him or her in a way like this. It's important. Don't be afraid. Take your chances and do whatever you want. But before that, ask. It's so easy. Mr. Supervisor, I don't know how your communication lets you communicate with Mr. or John, George, Mary, Catherine, etc. But say your problem. Say, I'm not sure about that. Could you please help me? Let him or her feel that she has the responsibility of the PhD. It's not that we don't give a damn about it, but he or she understands your involvement and your doings and everything you are doing all the way to the end of the doctorate. And don't forget at the end to say one thank you to your supervisor. It's not a joke. Sometimes we are so excited that we forget things which are serious for the other. But don't be shy. Don't be shy to ask. Don't be shy to say your opinion. Don't be shy to show your problem. Of course, I say again, depends on your subject matter and what you are doing, which is your subject of research. But in human studies, where I come from, I believe there should be a freedom to both of them to communicate and to co-organize at the same time all your way to the end. It's a cooperation. It's a relationship which has to be clear on what kind of communication we have. Say, or if he doesn't, or she doesn't say, ask, how do you want this? It's not obvious that he knows what you want, or you know what she or he wants. So don't leave it outside your doings and activities. Just something you cannot imagine now because it's too early, I think, I don't know, maybe there are exceptions. The pleasure and the satisfaction you'll get at the end, or you made something very important. It's like some people go up to the top of the Everest, and they go at the very last top. Think how happy they are, how satisfied they are when they made it until the end. There is no higher than that in the world. Do that. Put yourself in this place. Put yourself in his or her place, and you'll feel happy at the end. I made it. It's not just sentimental words, I'm telling you, it's reality. I'm sure you will make it. Is there something you would like to ask me? Anything. Even if you disagree, and you say, come on, don't say that. It's not working. Say anything you want. You can ask my PhD students which are here today. I beg them sometimes to say their different opinion than mine.
He's a very democratic person, I trust.
And you're very shy. So is there something you would like to ask? But anything. Come on, I'm sure you have some questions. At least one question. You can ask me, for example, who you think you are in your we say all these good things about the supervisors or the PhD candidates. Is it experience? Is it studying? Is it, I don't know, a good relationship? Maybe. Maybe they're all together. But do it. Don't let it be. Don't let it run far away. Don't let it be. I just remember the Beatles and their wonderful song. But do it. Really, I mean that. I mean that. Ask your supervisor. Ask him or her questions. Why this? Why that? Why do I have to do this and not the other one? Etc. Etc. Don't be passive and don't be shy. I wish you all the best. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Leonarakis.
My pleasure.
Time for a break. We'll come back at 2, if I'm not mistaken, right? Right.
Yeah.
2 o'clock.
In half an hour.
Yeah, in half an hour.
is not only professor, but a poet, a singer, and a musician. So it was a great pleasure for us, your presence here. And I think everybody enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
So welcome to our last session for the day. We're currently asking you to type any questions that you may have on YouTube or on WebEx, okay? For saving some time. So our first speaker is Anastasia Tsekesa.
Yeah.
All right, from Peace University. The title of the presentation is Impact of DNA Hypomethylation Drug by ASAP.
5-azitidine. I'm told.
Protein exam, morphological parameters in different wheat organs. You have 12 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you know 3 minutes before the time ends.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Anastasia. I'm from Daugavpils University, and today I want to present my PhD topic, research impact of DNA hypomethylation induced by 5-azitidine on total protein and some morphological parameters in different wheat organs. Wheat is one of the most important food crops, especially in Europe and North America with great economic importance. Wheat is a powerful genetic model for studying cellular domestication. One of research method is use epigenetic, and epigenetic change is stable phenotype resulting from changes in a chromosome without alternation in the DNA sequence. Epigenetic mechanism play a critical role in the regulation gain expression affection plan grown, develop, and stenosis and towards DNA methylation and towards in my research is about nuclear DNA methylation. It's about of nuclear DNA with creation of 5-methylcytosine is one of major mechanism of epigenetic modification. For example, you can see in this picture when it's normative DNA, and in DNA methylation, yellow it's added with group. Yeah, and different in this formula in DNA methylation at methyl group. In research used reagent 5-azitidine is a nucleoside based of DNA methyltransferase inhibitor that induce nuclear DNA. In chemical we use with cytosine and added with reagent we change with group and added methyl group. In this study is we insufficient understanding of the relationship between nuclear DNA hypomethylation and morphological parameters in wheat seedlings of environmentally sensitive and non-sensitive Latvian varieties. The aim of study is the influence of hypomethylation nuclear DNA induced by 5-azitidine on some morphological parameters and total protein in different organs of wheat seedlings of some sensitive and not sensitive to environmental Latvian wheat varieties. Research objects is wheat and yeast-free varieties, Latvian varieties, Skagin, Kalnist, and Kniaten. Research question is how does 5-azitidine induced nuclear DNA hypomethylation affect the morphological parameters and influence total protein content in different organs of wheat seedlings? And hypothesis is about what 5-azitidine will differently affect of morphological parameters and total protein content in the different organs of wheat seedlings.
In this theory, you can see what impact of how epigenetic processes to impact of plant and something plant status. In this research, we can is a result of how 5-azitidine reduced the methylation of DNA and we with vanity. 5-azitidine also impact of phenotypical change. For example, in flowering, choose color from yellow to orange. Effect of bananas is what 5-azitidine slowed with progress of effects on banana function explanation and weight loss were not clearly demonstrated. In methodology, in my research, first starts of seedling grow. It about 6 days of seedlings. After was morphological measures. I measured we first left coleoptile and roots. After was DNA extraction used by salt method, and then qualitative and quantitative was used about spectrophotometry and electrophoresis methods. Proteins quantitative by qubit Fourier method, and total DNA methylation used Luma method of pure sequencing Pionemark Q24. And my results is what morphological parameters. It was first left. With 5-azitidine is changed more affect impact for creatine and scagen, but for galanist vanities is decrease first left size. And coleoptile is 5-azitidine impact of height, on height size. Note is same thing what in first left. Creatine and scagen vanities is more height, but decreased in galanist galanist vanity. Morphological parameter in weights also. In creatine and scagen it's height, and galanist is decreased. Protein concentration of 5-azitidine is more decreased compared with control, and coleoptile 5-azitidine is more decreased protein concentration. And in a research used DNA methylation, Luma methods, and we can see samples who used electron phoresis, and with good examples in this, yeah, like after the DNA methylation was used formula and calculated we height peak. Discussion, we morphological parameters show what increase of maximum of length of node length of first and coleoptile. Fresh weight worn creatine and scagen, but at when it is galanist, this effect was not found. We study of total protein concentration show what yeah, what 5-azitidine influence of the total protein concentration decreased in galanist and scagen vanities. And the hypomethylation effect of total DNA methylation was different in sensitive and not sensitive vanities. contributions is advancing understanding of plant epigenetic in wheat, identifying genotype specific responses, potential biomarkers for stress sensitivity, practical relevance for crop improvement, contribution to environmental and agricultural research. Conclusions is what maximum of length of root length and first leaf and coleoptile was observed in creatine and scarlet varieties, but in varieties gallinus was not found. And limitation and future direction was use of on single demethylation inhibitor. It's 5-azethidine focus only on early ascending stage, limited number of varieties, lack of direction methylation quantification, and environmental condition. And future we plan to use two epigenetic modifiers, extending analysis at O2 latent development stage, expanding variety diversity, and testing under real environmental stresses. And for an example, at no, we research in process and in one of future direction analysis to latent development stage, you can see photos. So stands from early seedlings to grown plant. Yeah, and final is a reference. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Questions?
Questions on WebEx or on YouTube worker? Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, yes. Thank you, Anastasia, one more time. I have no clue about the field you are in. It's really, but it's very interesting for me also to know why did you choose wheat and not corn or some other grain? Is it because it's more sensitive? I'm just very curious about it.
Wheat is more easy because it's more know about genotype. It's all genotype, and in future, for an example, we can compare with Athens researches.
Are there other grains a little similar to each other or not or less sensitive
Yes,
for
it's more
this?
too selective.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more selective. It's more for adaptive for vegan and something stresses and own factors.
Yeah. Thank you.
No questions?
No. Any questions? No? We have another question. WebEx? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so our next speaker is Unling Ding. Is that right? Okay. From Fern Universitat Hagen. And the title of the presentation is Automatic Feedback on Argumentation in Student Essays. You have 12 minutes as well. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to present my work here. Yes, once again, we will mention the buzzword AI in our presentation. It's AI in education. So my title is Automatic Feedback on Argumentation in Student Essays. Let's start with the task we give our students, argumentative writing. We ask students to write argumentative essays on prompts like, what's your position on driverless cars? And we expect a clear structure in their essays. But the reality is many students struggle. They produce arguments that repetitive, lack specific evidence, and often just restate the initial position. That's why they need feedback to improve. However, feedback from human teachers is always expensive. In educational technology, the traditional solution is automatic essay scoring. So we train a model to give an essay a single score, say 3 out of 4. And the problem is, while these systems are accurate, the single score is not feedback. A student sees 3 out of 4 and asks, okay, but what exactly did I do wrong and how do I improve? So a score tells you where you are, but not how to move forward. That's the problem we want to solve today. It led me to my central research question: how do we move beyond and provide automated feedback that is truly useful for improving argumentative writing? And my work tackled this in stages. The very first step was figuring out how to teach a computer to see the individual parts of an argument. To give quality feedback, we must analyze the structure. We need the system to identify the building blocks, which we call argument units. Like you see in this example, instead of scoring the whole essay, we want the system to see, okay, here the yellow one is a lead, and after that, it comes with a claim position, and then we need claim and evidence. So once we automatically spot this structure, we can begin to analyze its quality. How did we do this? We have seen this structure before, but now we define the task differently as sequence tagging. Instead of human annotation, we use this open resource dataset, which contains the human annotation of claim, evidence, and conclusion. And instead of this scoring model, we define the task as sequence tagging. It tells us which part in the essays is what argument unit, and use it to train a model to predict in the unseen text. How did we do this? It's quite technical. I won't dive into detail, but simply said, it's teach the model to read the essay word by word and assign each word with a tag. So is this word the start of a claim? Is this word inside the evidence? And this allows us to precisely extract the type and the location of every argument unit in the text. And we achieve strong results with an F1 score of 0.55. And importantly, we found that the models trained on all prompts were the most robust, showing that the system was learning general argument principles, not just some essay-specific patterns. And this was the great foundation. Now the model could find the units, but as I said, finding them isn't enough. We need to access their quality. This led to my next steps, where we expand the model to judge the effectiveness and cohesion of the argument. So we aimed for a system that classifies both the type and the quality. We want the model to see, okay, this is the position, and it's effective, it's in green. But this claim is only adequate, and the conclusion is ineffective because it's repetitive. How do we do that? We achieve this using a multitask learning approach. So we give the core model 2 jobs at the same time. You have to classify the unit type, and at the same time, you have to classify the unit quality. And the result is very positive. By training these both tasks together, the model gets smarter at the both tasks. Our multitask model outperformed the single task models for both identification and effectiveness scoring. And yeah, the next step was cohesion. A good argument isn't a list of claims or list of evidence. It needs to flow. The ideas must be connected. So cohesion is usually measured by the presence or absence of specific linguistic cues that enable reader to establish connections between the ideas. The cues include this explicit transition words, such as the because and while underlined here, and the chains of related words. For example, the driverless cars, it shows again and again in one text. And now we ask how these features work if we combine with argumentation. We use a feature-augmented model, a hybrid approach. So the transformer, the model we used, it reads the text, but we also fed it with the explicit pre-calculated features about cohesion and argument structure. For example, how many transition words are found in this specific claim, and how many driverless cars are mentioned in the evidence, this kind of features. The results show that the key to the quality lies the interaction between features. Using only argument features was insufficient. However, combining both cohesion and argument features gave us the best overall performance, proving that the flow and structure must be analyzed together in student analysis. So far, all the results were in one specific English corpus. I continued exploring the possibility to transfer it to other corpora. The first corpus is called MAVES, which contains almost 10,000 essays. It differs from our training corpus because the essays in the training corpus were written by native English speaker, but essays in this MAVES corpus were written by English learners from Switzerland and Germany. The second corpus, the transfer was quite successful. So the model doesn't need to see any new annotations. It could directly detect the argument units in this corpus. But the second corpus, which is in German, called Dahios, it contains 5,000 essays. The transfer was failed here. We tried to translate these German essays back into English, but the performance was not improved. So our conclusion for this work was that the difficulty of this transfer is not lied in the language, but in the task. The MAVES corpus, they contain the essays, exactly argumentative essays, requirements was mentioned in this corpus. But
Monique, you have 3 minutes left, I'm sorry, okay?
But the Dahios corpus contains only shorter and the precise argumentative requirements for a certain topic. So the tasks are different and the transfer is more difficult. Okay, the last one, the final step is to bring the model we trained into a useful tool for students. So I built this fit writing, an interactive web-based system for feedback and exercise for argumentative writing. Students can use it to practice first distinguish units, then linking them, and finally writing a full essays where they receive this color-coded, you have seen feedback from our feedback. I have a 2-minute video here, but I don't have the time to show you. You can find it later in my presentation. Let's directly skip to the result. By conducting a user study, measuring student writing before and after using the system, we found the result quite positive. Students use this system showed a significant gain in completeness, meaning their essays include more of the necessary argument units after using this system. Okay, to summarize, sequence tagging is the effective foundation for argument analysis. And we use multitask learning and feature augment structure to access higher quality traits such as effectiveness or cohesion. And the transfer is challenging. From L1 to L2, no problem, but from English to German, problem, because the tasks are different. Okay, and the system is useful if you have interest in just to try it out. Limitations. We have worked primarily with this specific academic data set in English and German, but it's not tested for diverse learner populations and not for new languages. And we also don't have real classroom testing. So if there is where cooperation comes in. If you are a researcher working with diverse students writing tasks, or you have access to real classroom settings, then let's work together. Any questions?
Yes. Thanks for your presentation. I really liked the topic. I have two questions. The first is actually more about your model,
Okay.
specifically the F1 part, because most pointers were around the 0.5, right?
Yes.
Which means
the best performance is 0.5.
yeah, so which of course means that there is of course a balance between false positive and false negative, right?
Yes.
How did you look into that? That's my first question.
That's a very good question. I'm very happy I prepared
Yeah.
this backup
Okay, and
backup page for you.
oh,
Yeah.
that's it. And my second question is more about the overfitting issue.
Yeah. So let's start with the first question. Because it's a sequence tagging task, it's not like a true false binary classification. So we calculate our F1 score like this. We take the we calculate the spans matched against the gold standard spans. So if they have like at least 50% overlap, then we consider it as a true positive. And if unmatched golden spans, it will count as a false negative, and spans in the result without a gold counterpart, then it's a false positive. So we calculate our F1 score in this way and got the final score at 0.55. And the other question of overfitting, yeah. I assume because I assume the success transfer from the our original training corpus to the MIVS corpus shows that we don't have so big overfitting problem. It can we use directly the model which trained from our original corpus, and to the new unseen data, it predicts the same. It predicts counterpart with a counterpart result. So I think we don't face a lot of overfitting problem. Yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Let's move on to the last talk. Claudia Iglesias Ariaran from Open University of Catalonia. And your title is Sustainable Cities, Exploring the Impact of Citizen Participation in Greening Strategies. You have 12 minutes too, okay?
Okay. I will just stand, perhaps. Wait. Okay. Here. How do I do this? I was here, right?
Next to the.
That's good.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, hello everyone. I'm last, so I will try to keep it as engaged as possible. I know that's been a long day. So my name is Claudia Iglesias. I am part of the PhD group in Society, Technology and Culture.
and I am representing the Open University of Catalonia. My topic of research is sustainable cities, exploring the impact of citizen participation in greening strategies. And as I said yesterday, I'm on the beginning of my journey. I started last year and I'm doing it as a part-time. So right now we are developing the framework to be able to be tested in cities. So I will be sharing what I have done up till now and what are the next steps. My supervisors are Dr. Gabriela Faut and Dr. Miriam Fiori. Just a quick introduction to what we do. So I'm part of Lab Ciudades. This is the group, and what we aim is to research, analyze, and also share knowledge on contemporary cities. We do it in a way that it's a multidisciplinary team with different backgrounds. So it's not the classical architectural or urban developing way, but very connected to sociology, anthropology, psychology as well. And what we do is to study the urban challenges. There's this little problem with the graphics, but I'm sorry about that. I hope that it's fine. And it's very related to the master's in city and urbanism, where I also studied and came from. So yeah, that's more or less what we do. They have different topics of research, and mine combines different ones, specifically citizenship and participation, and also social and spatial inequalities. So the topic of research started from an idea to further explore on my thesis for my master's. So where I was studying the expulsions of neighborhood gentrifications in different layers of the metropolitan area in Milan. So how this was going from the core city to the different neighborhoods and then to the different towns around, with something that happens in many European cities and globally as well, of course. And then this matched the idea of the embryonic status of the green gentrification phenomena that was, let's say, linked to the impact that greening strategies in cities have, unfortunately, also in cities. And from there, we thought, why not explore how European cities are adapting to the green policy trends? So taking into account that in the last 25 years, there's been a huge EU policy on greening, on making cities more sustainable and neutral. How is this working? So from one side, examining how the impact of urban inclusion dynamics and practices, and on the other side, also what is the role of citizens, or if citizens have been included in these practices, and if their participation can actually mitigate the effects. So the problem starts from the global challenge, as cities must adapt to greening strategies and achieve climate neutrality by 2030. That's one of the EU of the United Nations urban agenda, and so on. And is it really true, and what lies behind it? So it starts from the paradox of how urban greening, despite being essential for climate mitigation, can sometimes also come with social economic exclusion, by a study by Angelowski. And in this way, the idea is to, the main research objective is to analyze the impact of green urban strategies and on the special justice and social inclusion there, and focusing on the citizen participation, actually the different types of citizen participation on this. Specifically, as a target cities, we thought of the EU mission cities, because are the ones, there's over 100 cities that are participating in this framework, and they are the ones that have done the most in order to adapt to become climate neutral by 2030. And let's say they have a big background of different plans for sustainability, plans for sustainable mobility, and so on. So let's say they could be the ideal example where it could be practiced. Specific objectives are, on one side, to evaluate the integration of citizen participation on EU mission cities. We have all the countries in Europe, in European Union are part of this, and also there are associated countries that are also associated to the EU mission cities, and so we have very diverse cities to study, and also with different historical ideas of citizen participation. So that's why it's important to see. Then secondly would be to identify the specific measures to safeguard special justice rights. And thirdly, to assess the extent of which participation mitigates the social exclusion patterns. So the main research question is what is the relationship between the citizen participation and green urban strategies and the impact of special justice and social inclusion? And other questions could be, how do the cities incorporate citizen participation onto their strategies? What is the level of participation? And what similarities and differences we can find between the different cities? So our idea is to start from the working hypothesis, that is that more citizen participation should equal less social exclusion, although it's something that we will see if it's a proof or not at the end of the thesis. And probably there will be lots of comments on that by the end. And the theoretical framework behind it is divided in 4 main sections. Sorry for I know it's quite small. I will just try to resume it. So from one side, we have the green space paradox and environmental justice. So again, thinking like how actually the environmental justice can be sometimes put into question regarding the type of strategies that a city can develop, and how social inequalities and exclusion can happen depending on the level of policy or the lack of policy that a city has. Secondly, would be the urban sustainability linkage with the neoliberalism. There is a current tendency on branding cities as sustainable cities. So to which extent actually this is somehow having an impact of a new wave of gentrification that is just a new one, other than something that has been happening for the last years. And on the other side, regarding the social innovations and the new social governance that we could have in cities. So on one side, how social innovation and social transformation theories can empower communities, and how starting from policy or from citizen initiatives, we can have social transformations. And on the other side, also thinking of the new ideas of governance and the multi-stakeholder governance models, and how this, or if this could actually help on mitigating these effects. Sorry again for the type, I know it's quite small, I will just resume it. So for the methodology, the main idea is, so we have on the research design, quantitative and qualitative research. For now, we are focusing on the quantitative research.
I have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay. We have on the quantitative research, as we are evaluating the climate city contracts of the different cities. So participants would be cities, mainly public authorities, through their policy analysis. And on the other side, we will have a specific the evaluation of the specific pilots. That would be the neighborhood actors and the citizens, the stakeholders that make up the city. I will be focusing only on the first section, that is the first specific objective. So in this case, what we have done until now is to develop 2 frameworks. One of them is the participation framework. And in this case, what the questions that we put are, what is the method used for engaging citizens, who is involved, and how is it used? And then we cross it with another framework, that is the inclusive and nature-based solution framework, in which we have 2 main questions that are, how social inclusion is tackled, and what are the social co-benefits of nature-based solutions. So these are the different frameworks that we have developed. Perhaps I will not go through all of them, but the idea is that we have developed different indicators, and with that we can cross-study the data. So as I said, we are going through the climate city contracts that are the main pact that these cities have. And then we have a series of data that are on green space per capita and nature-based solutions implementation. So what we have done until now is to create a database with UN SDGs and new mission cities data, and we have started developing the city selection. So we have from one side the urbanization trends in Europe, then we have the citizens' investment on green urban policies, and then regarding the citizen solution, after developing this database, we came up to the idea that in order to narrow down the type of cities that we want to compare, we need to have cities that have growing urban tendency, growing urban tendency, medium-sized cities, and no capitals or no cities that have a heavy influence on tourism, so that we can avoid having other ways of gentrification. We need to have cities that have data in order to compare them, and also variation in the EU regions. So yeah, right now we were doing is analyzing the climate city contracts. Then we'll go through it in a minute. And the main outcomes of the process would be to have a study on the policy impacts, best practice in identification, and then a handbook of recommendations at the end. Okay, I finalize saying that this, right now we have the framework, but of course, the good part or the nice part would be to be able to include cities or to include specific pilots in order to have qualitative data. So start analyzing actually the citizens' idea, the citizens' thoughts. And so for that, I created this QR code. Perhaps later you can see it on the page, on the presentation. In order to, if you want to keep in touch, if you have ideas, then let's connect and see if it's possible to implement. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for keeping the time limit. Are there any questions? Okay.
Sorry, not.
Congratulations for your topic. I would like to ask you two questions. The first is, which is the time period for your literature review, and which are the keywords that you have put on a platform, for example, Scopus, in order to collect a review? Because green cities, I think that it's a modern trend. And I don't know the gap, the time period that began the review for this topic, the first. And the second question is further to descriptive statistics. Will you make any regression analysis with dependent and independent variables in order to compare your data? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Regarding the first one, regarding the greening periods, of course, it's something that we have tried to start from the beginning on the EU policies on this in this matter. So starting from the 200s, so it's the last 20 years. But it's true that regarding the literature, I found myself having lots of different topics, and also it depends a lot on the continent that we are looking for, because of course the greening strategies in Europe compared to other parts of the world are very different. And so it's a very recent data, actually. Like most of the literature starts from 2015 onwards, so it's very recent. But for some specific literature, specifically about gentrification, about more conceptual topics, we are going a little bit back from the early 2000s. But yeah, it's quite recent. Regarding the second question on statistics, so the idea is to start working on the frameworks, but it's a very good question, because actually we are finding lots of differences between the different climate city contracts, as they are all part of the same framework, and so somehow there should be some coherence in order to study it. But then now that we are starting to study it, let's say focusing on them, we are starting to see that there are lots of different topics that they cover, and it's not equal. So probably we will have to define something else later in order to see how to actually analyze it. But yeah, thank you for your question.
Yes, thanks. Thanks for your presentation. I'm wondering, to what extent do you think that the citizen participation can influence this sustainability issue, since majority of the changes or decisions are made on municipality or political level?
So thank you for your question. I think that in this case, the framework that we developed on participation, especially would cover, not this one, especially would cover the type of participation, which would depend a lot from city to city, because it will see how, to which extent the citizens are involved and in which way, if it's something that is bottom up or if it's something that is top down, if the citizens are involved, for example, on the budgeting, on very ground decisions, or if it's something that are just it's just a matter of survey or participation in a lighter way. So that's why the idea was to define from autonomy levels. So starting from to which extent a citizen is autonomous to make a decision, and developing a level of indicators. We would also like to include also the different profiles of citizens in order to see if it's actually a representation of, for example, a neighborhood, or if it's just a certain level of citizens that participate on those processes. And then from there go to the selection of the type of engagement. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question or for something else. Okay. Okay.
There is a comment on YouTube. I don't know if there's anything on WebEx. Okay. So let me read it to you. It's not a question, however. I am very concerned about the impact that former residents have on the areas they move to in order to start a new life. It is certainly an issue that warrants serious consideration.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, of course. It is certainly an issue that warrants serious consideration. This is the comment.
Okay. Yes, exactly. It's a good comment. It actually it traces back a little bit to the topics of gentrification, and that's why the idea of lack of belonging to a place is also important for the topic, because we would like to see actually. It's very nice to see cities that are becoming greener and that are becoming more sustainable. It's, of course, we all want to live in spaces that are the pleasant as possible, but sometimes we need to also take into account what's behind it, and if there's people that need to be displaced because of it, and the impacts of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you all for being here today. Tomorrow we will start 9:30 Greek time. Thank you very much.